And I have just turned on the transmission, so.
Thank you. Herr Gutert, können Sie unmute? Mute? Ja. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. On behalf of the Chair of Constitutional Law of the Faculty of Law, Administration and Economics of the University of Wrocław, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to International Conference EcoForum 2021 Polish-German Green Deal. During this conference, we would like to have our say in the discussion on opportunities and challenges faced with regard to climate protection and counteracting the ongoing degradation on climate and environment. We strongly believe that the 13th anniversary of adopting the Polish-German Treaty of Good Neighborhood and Friendly Cooperation is a perfect opportunity to examine the status quo of cooperation between these two neighboring countries on climate issues. Therefore, I'm very, very pleased that we can cooperate this event that we can co-organize and cooperate in this event with our German partner, the Chair of Eastern and Southeastern European History of Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich, with support of Foundation for Polish-German Cooperation, as well as the Carlson Center for Environment and Society and die Schule des Deutschen Rechts. Ich bedanke mich sehr herzlich bei unseren Partnern und Gästen aus Deutschland für ihre Teilnahme an der heutigen Tagung und ich hoffe auf unsere weitere erfolgreiche Zusammenarbeit. I would particularly like to welcome Vice Rector for Projects and International Relations of University of Wrocław, Professor Patrycja Matusz, as well as Deputy Dean for Scientific Research and International Relations of the Faculty of Law, Administration and Economics of University of Wrocław, Professor Bartłomiej Krzan. My words of welcome go also to our distinguished guests, speakers from Poland and Germany, thanks to whom our EcoForum 2021 has generated great interest on both sides of the Oder River. I would also like to greet our audience, representatives of NGOs, the business community, and our students. We hope that today's discussion will spark your interest and will contribute to reflection on the issues that will be discussed and examined today. And now I will ask Dr. Cornelia Konchal from the Ludwig Maximilians University, our partner from Germany, to take the floor.
Herzlich willkommen also, auch von meiner Seite. In den nächsten 2 Minuten will ich ein paar Worte über das Ziel dieser Veranstaltung sagen und ich switche in die englische Sprache. The aim of this conference is to reflect upon some of the major issues related to the environment in the Polish-German context. The direct reason to do this in this particular year is the very fact that, as you know, Poles and Germans celebrated the 30th anniversary of the new beginning in their relations. In the mid-1991, both countries signed the Treaty of Good Neighborship and Friendly Cooperation. When Olga and I, when we started to think about organizing this event many months ago, we wanted to create a new platform for an interdisciplinary and hopefully regular exchange between people coming not only from different scholarly disciplines, but also from different spheres of action, including both politics and activism. We are very glad that so many experts accepted our invitation and are looking forward to 3 very dense sessions revolving around the following topics. As you see in the program, we start with discussing about chances and challenges for Polish-German environmental policy. Then we continue to talk about human rights and climate. And we'll focus on the question whether there is a difficult relationship or rather friendly cooperation. And then we close with questions revolving around Green Europe, and we'll talk about different strategies towards the same goal. So when you take a closer look at our program, you will notice that this event will be about political, social, and legal aspects of the Polish-German relations related to environment issues. You will also notice that we will talk about past, present, and future developments. And this includes both forms of cooperation as well as conflicts and controversies. In other words, our aim is not to idealize the sometimes difficult relationship, but to talk about how it really is, how it could and how it should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cornelia. And now I will ask Professor Patrycja Matusz, Vice Rector of the University of Wrocław, to officially open our conference.
Dzień dobry Państwu, guten Morgen und good morning. This is a great pleasure to open the conference and the meeting on this very important issue. It is my pleasure also to welcome all our German partners and colleagues. And once again, I would like to say that the cooperation in research and teaching with our German partners is very important for the University of Wrocław. It's the reason why we have started and strengthened the cooperation with the neighboring Saxony, with our partners from Dresden, but of course with other German universities as well. The subject of the 2 days meeting is very important all over Europe and globally. So it is important to talk about the environmental policy, but also about the diverse challenges related to these changes, like the climate migration, for example, which is close to my research and my heart. And it's very interesting to look at the human rights challenges also related to the changes of climate. I wish you a very productive and very interesting debates, and I hope it's not the one-day meeting, but it's going to bring us interesting ideas, maybe projects for the further cooperation. So I wish you a very good day. And once again, thank you very much for organizing the conference. Of course, I would like to see all of you in person in the University of Wrocław, but I think after the pandemic, we really have learned how to be productive and effective in our online meetings. So it's something positive that came out from the pandemic, I think. Thank you very much. And once again, best from the main building of the University of Wrocław. Have a very productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Matusz, for opening our today's event. And I fully agree. Actually, we hope that today's debate will become a new forum, hopefully, for discussing the potential of Polish-German cooperation. Yeah, fingers crossed for that, and contribute to efforts to determine further paths to bilateral integration in the field of climate protection. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, and there are a few more, as always, on Zoom and in this online platform, technical issues to clarify. So for the quality of the broadcast, we would very much appreciate it if each listener had their microphone muted and their camera turned off. But of course, after each session, there will be a time for discussion and the opportunity to ask questions to our speakers. And for the sake of order, please inform us your desire to ask questions in advance in a chat room here on the right side. And then Chairman will determine the order in which individual will ask questions. Questions can be also submitted in writing form via the chat room as well. And in this case, the questions will be read out by a moderator. Written questions on YouTube will be also read out by a moderator. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the first session. It's for me a great pleasure and a great honor to give the floor to the moderator of the first panel, to Mr. Thomas Gudat, Head of Liaison Office of Free State of Saxony in Wrocław. Mr. Gudat, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Einen guten Tag, dzień dobry. Welcome to everybody to the EcoForum 2021. It is also for me a great pleasure to be moderator of the first session of this very important conference. We are living in a really interesting period of time. The COP 2026 was finished, and the outcome of this conference is controversially discussed. And though having this in mind, I'm looking forward for the speeches. The first speaker I have to introduce and to present is Dr. Gerd Lippold. Dr. Lippold is the State Secretary for Energy and Climate Protection in the Saxon State Ministry for Energy, Climate Protection and Environment and Agriculture. He was born in Leipzig and studied physics in Leipzig. After his doctorate in the field of semiconductor physics, he worked as a project leader in research and technology development. He then held several management positions in the industrial sector to start up technological businesses as a founder and also a managing director. In this quality, he also launched and coordinated broad research in industrial networks. During the 6th and the 7th legislative periods, Dr. Gerd Lippold was a member of the Saxon Parliament in the Alliance 90 and the Green Group, where he was the speaker for energy and climate policy and for economic, technological and tourism. In January 2020, he resigned from his parliament seat in order to fulfill his new job as State Secretary for Energy and Climate Protection in the Saxon State Ministry. Dr. Lippold, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers from Universität Wrocław and the Ludwig Maximilians University of Munich for their invitation to this event. The state of Saxony, which I represent in today's conference, is the easternmost state in Germany. It is located not only halfway between the two universities, but also next to two voivodeships, Lubuskia and Dolny Śląsk, and it forms a border triangle together with Poland and Czechia. Thanks to a multitude of historical, cultural, and economic relationships, Poland and Saxony are predestined partners for regional cooperation. In 2021, while looking back on 30 years of the Polish-German Treaty of Good Neighborhood, we also commemorate 30 years of cooperation in the area of environmental protection. First of all, let us recall the difficult environmental situation back in 1991. There were massive emissions from industrial plants and private households in what was called the Black Triangle, giving northern Bohemia, southwest Poland, and East Saxony the reputation of being the region with the highest air pollution in Europe. Especially the insufficient cleaning of the flue gases from the lignite-fired power plants was detrimental to the health of the people in the border region, to the forests in the Saxon uplands, the Jezera and Giant Mountains, and contributed to the acidification of numerous lakes. Effluent discharges and indirect pollution from contaminated areas caused the Lusatian-Neisse River to be classified as heavily polluted in 1993. The Polish-German Treaty of Good Neighborhood of 1991 was the basis for forming the Polish-German Environmental Council in the same year and a number of work groups for regional cooperation of the voivodeship at the voivodeship level in the Saxony Lubuskia and Saxony Dolny Śląsk work groups, and for technical cooperation between the neighboring forest and water administrations, as well as in national parks. An additional asset was the cross-border project work in intercompany forestry training and scientific cooperation via Interreg. We very much appreciate the many opportunities for mutual exchange that have come into being also in terms of more delicate matters. Now we can proudly look back on the results achieved during 30 years of cooperation. Today, the most urgent environmental problems of the past have been overcome. I would like to highlight 5 of the milestones to illustrate our joint efforts. Our main focus has been on restructuring the energy supply in the region, which resulted, among other things, in the closure of the Saxon lignite-fired power plants of Hagenwerder and Hirschfelde, and the modernization of the Polish power plant of Turów, where 2 power units were replaced. the reduction in noise and light pollution across the border can be directly felt by the people living in this area. On the other hand, major progress has been made in the water sector. The water quality of the Lusatian-Neisse River has improved thanks to the step-by-step implementation of the European Water Framework Directive. Those steps were coordinated within the scope of the International Commission for the Protection of the Oder River against pollution. The joint flood risk management plans of 2015 for the International Oder River Basin, which includes the Lusatian-Neisse River, will be updated by the end of 2021 for the period until 2027. New flood control dikes and defense barriers, for example, in Ostritz and Görlitz, now provide the population with better protection from future floods. Thirdly, the condition of the forests was improved through consistent air cleaning policies and lime treatments of soils. In terms of species protection, joint monitoring standard for an effective management of wolves were developed under a Polish-German project in which Saxony took an active part. Last but not least, I should mention the Polish-German intergovernmental agreement on transboundary environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessments. It came into effect on the 21st of February in 2021 and can contribute to enhancing mutual trust and confidence in the border region. In summary, I can say that our continuous cooperation in the environmental protection has stood the test of time. We cannot lean back, however, in the light of what was achieved. The COP26 climate conference in Glasgow just a few days ago has once more shown very clearly how serious the situation is. In the current challenges, however, we also see opportunities, of which I would like again to mention 5. The key priority is to achieve climate neutrality in Germany until 2045 and in Lower Silesia until 2050. Saxony's energy and climate package defines major steps along the way. What makes me optimistic is that the McKinsey study, Carbon Neutral Poland 2050, turning a challenge into an opportunity, shows how this goal can be achieved in a cost-effective way also in our neighboring country. A crucial step on the way towards climate neutrality is the transformation of the energy sector, because lignite-fired power plants still are significant emitters of greenhouse gases in our region. However, in the meanwhile, the EU-wide CO2 certificate trading scheme and the proposals included in the Fit for 55 package of the European Commission are moving things forward. And so is the demand. In the future, the availability of electricity from renewable energies will be a very important location factor for our industries. A positive aspect is that the innovation strategy of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship includes the enhancement of renewable energies for own consumption and the development of efficient energy management technologies. Here I see significant potential for new value creation and in the long run, an area of close cooperation between the Saxon and the Polish regions, while using instruments for a fair transition. The successful development of energy supplies from solar and wind power will require cross-border approaches. Already today, the example of the model city of Görlitz, Skorzelec, shows feasible ways how to cooperate on a municipal level, based on its master plan for being a climate neutral city in 2030 and its gradual transition to climate neutral heat supplies, the European city of Görlitz is pioneering the future. This is not the least of the reasons why this project has strong political support. Our third chance lies in an ecologically sound agriculture based on regional added value. The European Green Deal, with its farm to fork strategy, is a forward-looking framework in this respect, with it being important to secure the incomes of the farmers. Therefore, it is all the more crucial to rethink the design of agriculture support. The compromise for the national implementation of the Common Agricultural Policy as of 2023 includes, for Germany, for example, that half of the annual agricultural support of around 6 billion euros will be used for sustainability and common welfare purposes. At the regional level, the Saxon government coalition agreement provides, among other things, for an increase in organic farming, a reduction in the use of plant protection products, and the strengthening of regional producers. Our trusting cooperation in the fourth area, namely water management, should be enhanced and expanded, especially in the areas of hydrology and hydrogeology, water protection and water maintenance. This includes an intensified exchange information about planned activities and the coordination of joint investigations. The structural quality of the Lusatian-Neisse River as a water body can be improved by further modification or removal of transverse structures. We see with concern the reduced amount of available water in the catchment area of the Lusatian-Neisse River in the light of a potential increase in the water demand. In order to resolve anticipated conflicts of interest, it seems wise to set up an efficient water management scheme and to coordinate the effective and sustainable use of water resources within this framework. First positive steps have already been taken for the catchment area of the Lusatian-Neisse River under the joint EU project Modeling of Climate and Hydrology, Analysis and Forecast of Water Resources in Low Water Conditions. And as a fifth point, effective waste management in our neighboring regions should pursue a zero waste goal. This means that the waste management sector should be developed into a truly circular economy. For example, by joint development of methods of waste avoidance, waste preparation for reuse and material recycling. By following up a project support for climate protection measures in the border region, it should be possible to enhance the existing relationships in the Görlitz-Gorzelec region. We can learn from one another through professional exchanges on best practices. My examples show we are ready and we are willing to continue and expand our tried and tested cooperation. At the same time, our expectations are directed to the removal of mining impacts. Where cross-border post-mining landscapes are planned to be put to use again, it is important to ensure mutual coordination and cross-border concepts, especially for flooding specific areas and for designing permanently stabilized shorelines and heap areas. Also, there should be adequate coordination between neighboring regions to identify possible synergies in future uses of the post-mining landscape. be it commercial, for tourism, or for regenerative energies. We would be happy to share our specific Saxon experience in post-mining business for a discussion of strategies and solutions. We are also ready and willing to play an active part in the constructive and transparent implementation of the Intergovernmental Agreement on Transboundary Environmental Impact Assessments and Strategic Environmental Assessments, as can be currently seen from the example of the planned continued operation and expansion of the open cast mine of Turów. We take the concerns of the people living near the border very seriously in terms of groundwater, hydrogeology, and drinking water supply, and as the impacts from large-scale ground subsidence. The only way to dispel such reservations is to provide thorough information, transparency, and comprehensive explanations. What is important for Saxony in the future implementation of the Intergovernmental Agreement is to be informed early about the development of the Polish nuclear energy program, especially with regard to the envisaged construction of small modular reactors in Lower Silesia. Also, the commitment to the conservation of biodiversity requires increased cooperation in species protection across national borders. For the protection of wolves, we would like to follow up on the successful pilot project, which could lead to a joint wolf monitoring program. We support the proposal to form work groups for the protection of the beaver and cormorant populations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, 30 years of successful Polish-Saxon cooperation in the field of environment encompass a human lifetime of gaining experience and building mutual trust. This is valuable, intangible capital. Compared to the situation in 1991, the situation today, as has just been outlined, is faced with entirely new challenges, mainly in the areas of climate protection, biodiversity, and resource efficiency. Our life-sustaining resources are at stake. It is impossible to solve these challenges by moving alone. A great deal of rethinking and transformation will be required on the part of all those affected in our countries. Therefore, especially the young generation should be involved in the necessary processes at an early stage. The youth exchange proposed at the most recent meeting of the Polish-German Environmental Council could well be done and could well be one of the building blocks of this involvement. So let us invest our accumulated capital of trust and experience in today's opportunities to turn them into tomorrow's successes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lippold, particularly for respecting the given time limit. Yes, you are very reliable. You remind that we are really have new challenges and our life-sustaining resources are at a stake. And I think everybody in the audience will agree with you that we can solve these challenges only together, and that we can learn from another through our professional exchanges or best practices, and that in the past and also in the future, the neighbor areas of Saxony in Lower Silesia will be a reliable partner to solve the future problems. We have no questions, but I think we will ask or allow the audience and the final debate at the end of all speeches. This is what the organizers said to me, though I will come immediately to the next speaker, to Dr. Renata Kuziak-Winter. Dr. Kuziak-Winter will inform us and give us an overview about the cross-border cooperation of Polish and German communes in the field of climate protection. She will inform us about the legal basis and give us some best practices and examples. Dr. Kuziak-Winter is really an expert. She is professor in the Institute of Administrative Science at the Faculty of Law, Administration and Economics of the University of Wrocław. She has a great expertise on the field of administrative law, cross-border cooperation between local authorities, organization and management studies, public management, administrative policy, public administration from a comparative perspective. For example, recently she published a study with the title Frame Agreement for a Cross-Border Cooperation between a local authority, which is available in open source, open access. Yes, though I'm looking forward to listen now to Dr. Renata Kuziak-Winter. I hope she is already with us, and if so, Dr.
Yes,
Kuziak, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice? Can you see my?
Yes.
Perfectly. Yeah.
Perfectly. Okay, I have a presentation, and share screen, and I will share with you my screen, if it's possible. Cross-border cooperation here right now. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. So here we go. First of all, good morning, guten Morgen, and dzień dobry. Thank you for inviting me for this very important conference. And I hope you have already had your morning coffee, so we can start now. And I'm delighted to give you a speech about cross-border cooperation between Polish and German local authorities. Minister Gerd Lippold have already mentioned about the importance of cross-border cooperation between local communities and authorities, and it's I will speak a little bit more about this topic. And my agenda is first of all, I will give you overview of municipal foreign policy. Then I want to brief you on the relevant legal basis. And then we will move on to cross-border structures at the Polish-German border, and we will step in Frankfurt oder Słubice. We will check Euro regions in their eco-friendly actions, and Gubin as well, and Geopark Muskawe-Faltenbogen, Łuk Murzakowa. And I will end with conclusions. Okay, first, municipal foreign policy is a generic term for all international activities of undertaken by local government units. And whatever local authorities do, they always take some initiatives or implement some projects, and therefore I put them in a blue oval. It is the biggest one because it's always there are always some initiatives and some projects. So and when the local authorities are cooperating, sometimes they create associations on international or on European levels, or they conclude contracts. The special kind of contract is based on sister city relationship or twin city relationship. Started after World War II between German and French communes. And last but not least, cross-border cooperation. It requires geographic proximity between cooperating units, right? Yes, to show you eco-friendly actions by twin cities, I will show you the relationships between Wrocław and their friends, sister cities. The relationship is a legal agreement between two geographically and politically distant localities, right? And they are created mostly for promoting culture, social and commercial ties, right? And after having analyzed all these agreements, I discovered that only some of them are eco-friendly or have mentioned environmental issues. I put them in green. They are, for instance, exchange of experiences and knowledge of officials in the field of municipal waste management or sewage treatment, or in case of Breda in Netherlands, it is afforestation management and ecological education. The next example is associations and initiatives, projects. I selected only one association, right? It's Eurocity Association. It is within European Union structures, but it represents more than 200 cities in 38 countries. It means also apart from the European Unions, the city can be a part of Eurocity. And it's one good reason to involve cities for climate protection, because cities are responsible for 3/4 of global energy consumption and 70% carbon dioxide emissions, right? And I selected here only some projects. They are currently underway because Eurocity as an association is a platform for various initiatives and projects. And as you can see, there are many projects dedicated only for environmental issues. And maybe the oldest one is the project Covenant that has been running since 2008. In nearly 7,000 cities. There are almost 7,000 signatures, and it brings together local and regional authorities who voluntarily commit to implementing the EU climate policy, right? And when it comes to legal basis, it's the next point on my agenda. It's quite tricky because whereas in Germany, the German constitution contains a general competence clause, and that's enough to build legal basis for cooperation, municipalities must be guaranteed the right to regulate all local affairs on their own responsibility, right? And all local affairs includes also international activity. And in the opposite is a Polish constitution, because it explicitly formulates the right to international cooperation. It's Article 172.2, and it's a straight right for cooperating. When it comes to legal basis only for climate protection, right, it's a very complex one. There's a huge amount of regulations. Minister Gerd Ippold mentioned already those international treaties between Poland and Germany. And it is to say, it's a really vital subject of treaties, of international treaties, because climate issue doesn't stop and at the border. And the most important international agreement is Paris Agreement, and its goal is to limit global warming to well below 1.5 degrees Celsius, and for the European Union, the regulation is not European Green Deal, but European Green Deal is a soft law, right? It's only announcement for a huge package of legislation that will be implemented in the next years or months even. Needless to say that European Union regulations are integrated part of national law in Poland and Germany, and it's really easy because we have the same standard, right, for climate, and it's a good starting point for cooperation. Right. The next point of my agenda is cross-border structures, and I made them first an overview, because in my opinion, structures really make the difference and are critical to address climate protection between Polish-German on Polish-German border, and we can categorize them in structures without legal personality. There are administrative common structures. I will show you an example. And all Euroregions on Polish-German border are without legal personality, because Euroregion Nice in Germany, it's eingetragene Verein, it's a stowarzyszenie in Poland, but internationally, over border, cross border, it's no legal entity. They are free, independent associations, right? And I will make a small remark, because I put public law based organization is not possible between Polish and German communities, because there is a lack of a Polish-German treaty allowing Polish and German municipalities to build Zweckverband, to build Związek Międzygminny, right? It requires treatment, and there's no treatment on this issue. So we move on to Frankfurt oder Słubice. And the first structure I mentioned is a cooperation center without legal personality. And you can see the employees on this picture, bottom right. In the bottom right, they are employees in Polish and German, on Polish and German side, and they meet regularly. And by the way, the office head is this man on the right. It's Sören Böhlmann, and he speaks excellent Polish. All the employees have to speak Polish and German as well. And by the way, he writes crime novels set in the city, Frankfurt oder Słubice, and is a quite famous figure in the city, in the double city. But when it comes to the cooperation center, the center is a vital hub between all string pullers in the city, right? Between decision makers like city administration, mayors, and municipal councils on both sides. And it is very important that they are involving also common people, citizens from the two cities. Yes, and when you will ask me, is the climate protection at the forefront of the activities of this cooperation center? I would say in German, using German word, Jein. At the same time, yes and no. Ja and nein is Jein, because you can see here in green their action plan, development strategy, if you will, for both cities. And if you are analyzing these pillars, environmental issue doesn't exist as an independent topic, right? But it is hidden inside of all these topics. For instance, I will tell you education and neighbors' language. 1 month ago, they organized student debates from high school students from Frankfurt and Słubice, and they took part in the student debate on European Green Deal related to the city, to the region, and to the to the whole Europe, right? And they formulated also their demands or their requirements, what is needed to be done, yes, to be more green in the city, right? And the last pillar is transport. And on the next picture, you can see cross-border public communication in the double city. It connects both universities, city centers, and Frankfurt in Słubice, and it's financed by both communes. And nowadays it is gas-powered. They have gas-powered bus fleets, and in the future they plan to be carbon neutral to have hydrogen-powered bus fleets. Okay. The next point are Euroregions along the border, and you know, Euroregions manage so-called small project fund, right? And it is
Dr.
really...
Kuschak-Winter, you have from now 4 minutes still.
I have 4 minutes. Thank
Yes.
you very much. Okay. And they made, I selected NISA, and they made a small projects like cross-border biology lessons or meeting with kindergarten or high schools meeting. The next big project is in Guben. It is a wastewater treatment plant founded in 1990s. It was a really big deal back then. But today, what is important today to say for climate protection? And nowadays, this plant every wastewater treatment plant requires a lot of energy, right? And they use nowadays only renewable energy sources like solar, biogas, and geothermal to become, they are already carbon neutral. The next example is a UNESCO Geopark network. It is a single unified geographical area where cities, sites, and landscapes of international geographical significance are managed. And from these geoparks, one of them is situated in Polish-German area, and it's Muskała Faltenbogen and Łuk Murzakowa. Yes, it was built up during 3 ice ages. And what is interesting, they will create, it's in creation, in a startup phase, they will create the first Polish-German EGTC, European Grouping for Territorial Cooperation, with their own legal personality, with members. The members are also from local authorities, 6 local authorities from Germany and 7 from Poland. And their task will be to manage this geopark, right? And the office location will be situated on the German side. Yes, when it comes to conclusions, I will say the existing legal provisions are sufficient. Yes, they are sufficient to achieve goals of the cooperation for climate protection, but one should be aware of the complexity of the legal provisions, because every time cooperating over the border, you should ask the question, what is the law in Poland? What is the law in Germany? The people cooperating are comparing all the time the regulations. But in fact, cross-border cooperation is a voluntary cooperation, and please consider, even within one country, it requires enormous commitment of people. And in this case, over the border, cross-border, it requires a great political will not only on a local level, also on a regional level, like Saxony and Województwo Dolny Śląsk. And because of this, it's always a big thing to cooperate, and it requires our merit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful overview, and that you give us and first sensibility about the difficulties in given municipalities task in protecting and given a contribution to climate protection. In your opinion, it makes sense, but it is difficult to foresee because this task depends on, in Germany, how the federal government as well as the Länder given the competence to these municipalities. So we come now to our next speaker, to Claudia Dome from the Fraunhofer Center for International Management and Knowledge Economics. and she will speak about the activities of the German Federal Foundation Umwelt in Poland, but not only in Poland, also in other countries of the European Union and Southeast Europe. Dr. Dome has been working as a research fellow at the Fraunhofer Center for International Management and Knowledge Transfer since March 2007 in a strategic partnership with the Deutsche Bundesstiftung Umwelt, German Federal Foundation for the Environment, DBU. As the DBU special representative for Central and Eastern Europe since 2009. She has been supervising its international sponsorship activities with a focus on innovative explanatory environmental projects. From 2001 to 2007, Claudia Dome was project manager for Central and Eastern Europe at the International Transfer Center of Environment Technology in Leipzig in the field of waste management. She studied in Leipzig, Granada, and Moscow, and has also a degree in translation studies for Spanish and Russian, and with a technical qualification in conservation and environmental protection, as well as civil engineering. Ms. Dome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Then I would like to share my desktop and hope this will work. So, is it fine? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for this feedback. And yes, so first, thank you for having me in the DBU here at this conference. And second, thanks for the organizers for this good organization and very nice communication before this conference started. And yes, thank you for this for introducing me so perfectly. And let's get started. First, I would like to go shortly into the DBU's history. So this is the German Federal Environmental Foundation. It was founded in 1990 and started its work in 1991, what coincided with the political upheavals in the Eastern Bloc states and the gradual opening of the Iron Curtain. And so some of you, not all, I think you here in our auditorium are a lot of students, but some of you might remember this special time. And so for me, it's especially great to say that the foundation shows a loyal commitment toward the countries which experienced such a time. The foundation was established under civil law, and that's very important for me to say, not under public law, because it guarantees, an autonomy for decisions, and so that we can act quite independently from the political government or political parties. Although in our board are members of our government, but nevertheless, it's quite independent. The foundation's capital is today about 2.3 billion euros, which is almost the double from the initial point, so from the funding year. That means we can look back to a very sustainable portfolio management and a very responsible handling of the funds entrusted to the DBU, which makes us really very proud. I would like to give you some figures so that's easier to get an idea about the dimension of our work. Since the beginning, we have been processing more than 35,000 applications, and out of them, more than 10,000 projects have been approved and financially supported. And so basically the project volume of our funding projects lies between 100,000 and 200,000 euros. So it's not that big as in many European programs, but it's still okay. We speak about an annual budget of around 50 million euros for all funding activities within the foundation. And basically the DBU is a national funding foundation, but we are allowed to fund on international level, and this with up to 10% of the annual budget. That means we can spend up to 5 million euros for international projects. In this way, we have been able to fund almost 500 international projects with 60 million euros since the beginning. Okay, so where do we fund? So where's our playground? As you can see, the funded projects are spread all over the world, but our main focus lies definitely in the countries of Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe. And our international history, you won't believe it, started with Poland and little later also with the Czech Republic. And at the beginning, numerous projects were implemented directly in the border regions, so German-Polish and German-Czech border regions. But these activities were step by step extended to the whole area that you can see on the map. And today we are active in 19 European countries, plus the single global ones. In Poland, we have by far the biggest number of funded projects. So it comes close to 150 projects with 16 million euros of funding. And just for comparing this figure, the Czech Republic follows as on the second place with 78 projects. So 78 to 115, there's really a difference. And so Poland is our #1 cooperation partner. So we can say that the DBU tries indeed to make its contribution to the Polish-German Green Deal, and that our foundation's policy responds to the necessity of serious common efforts for sake of the environment. Let me just shortly say a few words about the foundation's funding criteria. So first of all, that's clear, we deal with applications which clearly relate to the environment. We need innovation. This refers to technologies, of course, but also to social innovations, to new business models, to new services and products, to new ways of learning and what you can think of. The ideas, so the project ideas have to be scalable. That means it must be possible to apply the project results or measures in other regions or in other environments or in other companies, for multiplying effects. We can't fund pure theoretical studies. Our projects obligatorily need a systemic approach with an obligatory implementation of practical pilot measures. And last but not least, as small and medium-sized companies are the back of every economy and also the most polluting entities with a very high ecological footprint, we especially consider companies in our funding. So at least half of our project partners that are funded are companies. However, beside the SMEs, we accept also associations, research institutions, NGOs, city administrations, and others as eligible project partners. We support the environment-related community in 3 big areas based on our 3 big departments, which are the environmental technology, the environmental research and nature conservation, and the environmental communication and protection of cultural heritage. On the base of these overall working areas, the foundation has elaborated 12 special funding topics, and they go from education for sustainable development and sustainable nutrition consume, to all matters of energy, to economy issues. They go from nature protection and water management to preservation of cultural assets. And if there should still be a project idea which doesn't fit into these 12 funding topics, we still have the chance to accept applications in an open topic. So this is the 12+1. This way, we hope to correspond to the real individual needs in the countries, because the problems, we all know that, are very depending from the country, the governments, the state of the art and the technology, and the stakeholders, and so on. In Poland, the majority of our funding projects deals with capacity building and communication awareness raising matters, and also significantly with the cultural heritage preservation. The projects are mostly implemented by NGOs in Poland and associations, but also by SME. And not to forget, as a rule, we require bilateral or multilateral partnerships in our funding projects. That means that a Polish and a German partner should find for a common application and do a project together. This is, on the one hand, necessary for us for some formal reasons, but on the other hand, to promote the European idea and to stimulate mutual understanding and also the mutual knowledge transfer. So this was an overview about our international project funding, where Poland plays a major role and where I see part 1 of DBU's contribution to the Polish-German Green Deal. However, I'm really happy and proud of our second part that we contribute to this deal. This is our international fellowship program, and this might be of special interest for the big audience of students that we hopefully have today. This program is being implemented in the same 19 countries in Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe as the project funding. So I hope you remember this map that I showed you before. And it was kind of invented by a big Polish environmentalist, Professor Maciej Nowicki. Let me tell you the story shortly. Already in 1996, Maciej Nowicki was the Polish environmental minister at this time. He was honored as the first international person with the biggest environmental award in Europe, the DBU's German Environmental Award. And he was honored for his life's work as a scientist, politician, and ecologist. And he took the prize money and established a foundation which offered young Polish academics the possibility of a research stay in Germany. And out of this amazing and futureful idea, the DBU's fellowship program has been developed. So he was really the initial point of that. Maciej Nowicki has been connected closely to our foundation all over these years, and that is a circumstance we should always consider because it's so important. Having the same aim, we need good allies, and we need a mutual understanding and a strong will to go the way together. And coming back to the fellowship program, it refers, as you can see, to all graduates of all graduates of all disciplines. That means from biology to geography, engineers and economics, to jurists and even artists who want to research or practically work on an environment-related topic. You can do such a fellowship also in the frame of a PhD in progress. And your stay in Germany could be at universities, at research institutes, in companies, in authorities, even in ministries, and of course in NGOs and every kind of association. Just what is needed and wanted. Such internship lasts between 6 and 12 months. It depends on the fellows. And every good thing has, of course, a hook. Let's tell it so. The fellows have to learn German a bit. So basically, if you have a research day in Germany, working language is quite often English, so you can do your work in English, but the DBU implements also some seminars. It's like an introduction seminar and status seminars, and they are held in German, but basically it's really doable. And you get such German courses in Germany, so you can take part in it without problems. So what do we want to achieve with our program? We want to transfer.
You have 5 minutes now, up till now.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I will do it. We want to transfer knowledge on methodological, administrative, and business issues. We want to break down barriers and establish contexts. We want to give an idea of the German culture and also of our language. And we want to establish, and that's the most important thing of all, an active Europe-wide network of environmental experts from different disciplines. In order to achieve that, we try to stay in touch with our alumni in the frame of different activities and additionally offer small project grants to the best of our alumni when they are back in their home countries. And what can I say? Also here, Poland is the #1 regarding the number of scholarship holders. Until now, we could welcome almost 300 graduates from Poland. And this is an invitation to all of you. So if you're interested in, and if you have a good master degree, a very good master's degree or diploma, please feel free to apply for our scholarship program. So, and at the end of my presentation, I would like to show you just one project example, which might be interesting here in this, especially interesting at this conference, because we speak also about politics and what we can do in this direction. And this is a project example where we implementing a journalism award competition in Poland. Because in Poland, as we all know, climate and environmental protection decisions and the goals of the European Union to reduce CO2 emissions are largely viewed with skepticism. And in the public debate and in the media, the issues rarely find their way into broad social discourse simply because they rarely appear in the media neither. But the good news is that many of the environment-related challenges have already solutions. The DBU was involved in many of them through its project funding, but they are of no use if people reject them. And so far, an independent, critical, and also constructive journalism is an important factor in the transformation towards sustainability that is so imminent for all of us. And the Journalist Award competition was introduced in 2013 in cooperation with the publishing agency Max Press, the Club of Environmental Journalists ECOS in Poland, both in Poland, and the German Embassy. And this competition is still going on. Awarded are excellent publications in newspapers, radio, TV, internet, and so on in different categories. And beside the main category, special prizes are awarded, for example, for citizen energy or for innovative cities, as well as for young journalists. And every competition period lasts over 2 years and finds its highlight in the awarding ceremony. By the way, the last ceremony took place in October 21, so it means just a few weeks ago. And it was 1 year delayed because of Corona. So this project is very probably to be continued because it's very, very successful. And I hope you will read someday some of these publications, or maybe you have heard already about this competition, I don't know. So maybe if not, you can take the chance to have a look at it. And if you need further information about our foundation, you can find it in the internet, because our website is done for German, especially for Germans, but we have, of course, also English website, but I would like to point it out. It's not so easy to find. This is our English button. And yes, so thank you very much for having me here and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech and for your presentation of the DBU. I'm lucky to hear that Poland is the most important cooperation partner. Yeah, now we come to our last speaker, to Mr. Dr. Hanina Schudin. She will speak about a very controversial topic about the climate protection in the area of coal monopoly, the case of Turów. She Ms. Dr. Huda has a PhD in humanities. She is project coordinator in the Stowarzyszenia Ekologiczne EcoUnia, the ecological association EcoUnia from Wrocław. She deals with the energy transformation in co-regions, with a particular emphasis on cultural heritage, for example, Upper Lusatia, Turów. She is an essayist and journalist. She is interested in the interdisciplinary understanding of responsibility in the context of the ecological crisis. Dr. Schude, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, of course, for inviting me and for introduction. I asked Mrs. Olga to show my presentation because I have some technical problems, but I cannot see this presentation yet. Yeah, I think you all see it as well.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, great. So let's start with a topic that might sound a little bit contradictory or even paradoxical. I mean, the climate protection in an area of coal monopoly. Please, next slide. Yeah, so maybe in the beginning, a few words. What is Turów and where we are? So, yeah, Turów is an energy complex in a southwestern Poland, surrounded from all sides, I would say, by foreign countries, Czech Republic and Germany. And we know Turów since a couple of months, mainly for the problems with water protection, and also with legal strife between Poland and European Union and European Court of Justice. And yeah, the topics that we hear often are, yeah, water, justice, or employment in Turów. Climate protection is not the core, I would say, topic related with the Turów, but what we need to say, the geographical location of the energy complex, as you may see from this landscape, is that mainly all emissions from the complex are, yeah, emitted in foreign countries. So this is why Czech Republic and Germany is had this strike with Poland, with Polish government. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the thesis of my presentation is that it is really hard to somehow combine coal concerns with the climate protection. I would even say that in case of Turów, we cannot say about any climate protection, and especially climate protection in a one place. This is somehow related with with the climate as a problem, because we can somehow make evidence that we have air pollution or water pollution, or that we use another lands, or that we emit our pollutions outside. But with climate, it is really hard to point that this specific place has something to do with climate protection or not. So of course it is many countries or many subjects are trying to show these evidences that, for example, a power plant in Germany have something to do with the melting of icebergs in Peru, in southern America. But it is really hard to say that climate protection is taking place in one place. Another thing is that Turów energy complex is a state-owned energy concern. And if we take into account the Polish climate policy or energy policy, and especially when we look upon what happened in Glasgow during the COP26, it is really hard to say that Poland has a strategy to protect the climate. So the conclusion is that, of course, in Turów, we cannot say about climate protection, because we know from Paris Agreement recommendation that we should exit from coal until 2030, and we know that Turów is going to operate until 2045. Next slide. Another reason that we can say, or why it is really hard to say that climate protection is taking place in Turów or in Poland, is that, yeah, climate protection has, and it was said before, I mean, in the previous presentation, that climate protection have really something to do with the strategies, with the policies, with the regulations. And also Dr. Marcin Stoczkiewicz mentioned in his articles that climate protection have a lot to do with rule of law state. I'm not going to say that Poland is not a rule of law state, but again, when we take into consideration the plan of a Republic of Poland to, in regard with burning coal in Turów until 2044, or in general, hard coal in Poland until 2049, it is really hard to combine this policy with recommendation of Paris Agreement, which Poland has signed or ratified. So it contradicts somehow. I mean, from the one side, we support Paris Agreement, but from the other side, we are not supporting Paris Agreement, and this 43% is the amount that is showing the support of local community in regard with operating of Turów until 2044. So we know that not only Polish government, I mean the owner of the Turów, is going to burn coal in Turów also in 40s, in the 2040s, but also local communities in the majority supports this idea. And when we are talking with a rule of law state, it is important to mention where this conflict between Poland and Czech Republic, or maybe in the future with Germany, came from. So every time when we want to open or enlarge, for example, open pit mine, we need to do environmental impact assessment. And because, as I showed, Turów is surrounded by another countries, trans-border consultations took place, and Czech citizens and German citizens had a lot of comments to this prepared environmental impact assessment. And also the problem with climate was posed by Germans and Czech citizens. But nevertheless, Poland didn't take these votes seriously. So it also showed that, the law is telling us something, but we are doing other things. Okay, next slide. And the third argument why I think that climate protection is not taking place in Turów is also related with the Polish energy policy, and it is mainly related with, as I said before, regulation and policies, and not individual actions. And the COVID pandemic in Poland has shown very well that if you want to survive, if we want to win the battle, we really need to have a strategy and not count on individual decisions of the people. And for example, advertising campaigns of Polish energy group that is operator in Turów, but the owner is state. We see a lot that it is up on us how that actually we citizens should do something with the climate protection, but it is not the case. And here I recommend you, it is also the book in Polish, I mean the new climate war, where when the climatologist Michel Mann is saying that it is not that individual actions will change anything. Of course, we need them, so we need regulation and individual actions, but the most important is how we build our strategies and how we follow the rules that we are that are common between countries. Next slide. It is important to mention that we from the theory point of view, and from so-called carbon budget, climate budget, that is related with the Paris Agreement, we know that every country have some budget to budget of emissions that are somehow allowed if we are dealing with Paris Agreement. And in case of Turów, we know that the budget, when we take into account the emissions that are taking place annually in Turów, and when we know how much emissions per capita are, how they look like in Poland, we can say that the budget will be exceeded in Poland around 2023. This was the amounts I took from the report made by Karachun and Kassenberg. So we can assume that the budget will be exceed in 2023. So it is really hard to compare this climate budget with the plans of Polish government to operate in Turów until 2044 and to burn hard coal until 2049. Okay, so next slide. Yeah, so the first part of my presentation was that it is really hard to say that we have climate protection in Turów, but we can show some examples of actions in Turów that could have something to do with climate protection, but they are rather side effects of bad management of both open pit mine and power plant. And especially for Polish spoken guests, I recommend you the reportage that was showed in television TVN a couple of days ago, which reminds us about the accident that took place in a power plant, in an open pit mine in 2016. Next slide. Yeah, so the accident in 2016 was that there was landslide in open pit mine, and in a result, the whole machinery in the bottom of the open pit mine was burned. The open pit mine stayed during weeks. So during this time, the power plant was not operating with the power that is typical for this power plant. So we can somehow say that this accident had influence of the emissions in power plant Turów. And the next, side effect, which is related with bad management and which can result in climate protection or emission reduction, is the new block in Turów that was constructed, that has been constructed for 4 years and should have started in 2020, but because of the corona crisis and many other technical reasons, the new block started with at least 1 year delay. So it was another reason that the power of power plant and the amount of emissions of CO2 was less. And another problem is, somehow it might seem funny, but it is really scary when we are talking about energy concern that assuring us that it has a lot to do with energy security or the security of energy supply, is that this new block that costed around 4 million zloty, since it started to operate in June this year, it had already 2 planned failures in July and in October. The details of these failures are unavailable, but in this reportage from TVN that I mentioned, was also said that it can be that the coal quality was changed as a result of this accident in 2016, and maybe we have problem with maybe the problem is that the brown coal in an open pit mine is not suitable for this new block that started already this year, and which is somehow the reason why the state company is going to operate in Turów until 2044. Next slide, please.
In order to have enough
Yeah,
time for the discussion, slowly
I'm going to the end.
continue.
Yeah. So yeah. So my presentation had two theses. So it is really hard to say that we can combine climate protection with the energy concern. The second thesis is a little bit funny, but yeah, maybe it is true that the bad management of this company can result with lower emissions, and it can result that the company will not operate until 2044. Another problem that was mentioned in the title is if we can talk about climate protection in coal monopoly. Because from the perspective of the workers, it is very often mentioned that either we have climate protection or workplaces. And it takes place in Germany, but also in Poland. Next slide, please. Yeah, the workers, the previous photo was taken in the protest of RWE company in North Rhine-Westphalia, but of course the workers from Polish Energy Group in Turów, they are also afraid about their works, and they don't believe that we can have both workplaces and climate protection. Next slide, and it will be my my last slide actually, is that there was a chance to combine somehow climate protection and surviving workplaces or creating new jobs in a region of Turów. It is related with so-called Just Transition Fund, and the money is from you to somehow prepare the region for the transformation. But again, because the energy complex in Turów is state-owned energy concern, actually the Polish government should prepare the plan for the transformation and should claim the date of the coal exit, which was not the case. And of course, European Union will not give us money if we want to if we want to operate in Turów until 2044. The money that the region could get is around 1 milliard zloty, but for now, Bogatynia and Turów is excluded from this fund. So the Polish government did everything to exclude actually the region of Bogatynia to get this money. Yeah, this was my last slide, but yeah, also if I can ask you for the last slide. Yeah, thank you for your attention. This picture was taken in a region of Turów. This is the river Nysa, and the population of people from Czech, German, and Polish. That yeah, we have also people who are against the plans that this power plant will operate until 2044. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your speak. Now we have 25 minutes for a discussion. There is also the possibility for the audience to give us questions, to the speakers. I cannot see until now a question in the chat room, but maybe on YouTube there are some questions. Though I think I will begin with the question. Dr. Lippold, maybe you are under the impression of the COP 2026, the weekend's outcome of the UN climate negotiation in Glasgow over the last 2 weeks. What do you think? Can it be considered more as a success or more as a failure? And what in your opinion, is the lesson we in our area, in our region, in our triangle, Czech, Lower Silesia, and Saxony, can learn from the outcome on the negotiations in Glasgow? Dr. Lippold.
I think this conference in Glasgow is one further step down the road towards the Paris goal, an important further step, and with some very important commitments. And there was even a commitment from Poland in the Alliance for Coal Exit. This is really a new step. We never heard about that in the past. So I think there's light and there's shadow, of course, in this conference, but it's an important further step. And if all commitments of the member states, participating states, would be fulfilled, then we would already be well below 2 degrees on such a pathway. And that's why it's very important now to continue next year to get even better commitments, even harder commitments, more binding commitments. And I think in terms of the coal exit in Europe, it's just a question of economy and emission certificate trade, so that the European goals for carbon reduction will be the economical end of coal until latest the mid-30s in Europe. And that's it. And there is no need for further political commitments until 2050 or so. All these dates are just political symbols today. It's economy, and economy will end the coal.
I see a next question to you, Mr. Lippold, not very surprisingly from the audience. As is known, the Saxon-Czech border is much longer than the Saxon-Polish border. To what extent do the current Polish-Czech tensions in the field of environment issues impact the Polish-German cooperation? Maybe I think this question is a must, and is one of the questions the audience most interested in.
Of course, also our border region in Saxony is part of the problem if it comes to the open pit mine in Turo, and I think this is behind the question here. And so it's just a different way to discuss it. We are as Saxony, as Germany, not in an interstate argument in the European law, but we discuss it on official level, how to improve the database, the known effects on both sides of the border, of course, this is very important, and how to confront each other with the reality that the coal lignite will come to an end much sooner than everybody expects. And this is the real question, how to deal on both sides of the border, how to deal with the effects of the coal exit and potentially of a coal exit via a bankruptcy if the players in this market are not fast enough to find new business fields in today's energy world. And this might be the bigger problem, how to deal with all these remaining issues in these mining areas if the mining companies are no longer able to handle them. And I think these are the questions we have to solve. And the question today, this lawsuit in front of the European, in terms of European law, this is just a present issue, and the future problems will be much bigger, I think.
Dr. Schrudi, do you want to respond?
Maybe I just. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear from Professor Lippold that you think that Poland made a step in Glasgow. So our public opinion is not sure what actually happened in Glasgow. So we heard one day that, oh, we have coal exit until 2030, but an hour later, the Ministry of Climate and also our government disagreed that we signed the agreement of 2030. And so because the text is not available for us, what we know is that Poland used argument that we are not developed country. They are staying in the position that we are developing country in regard with energy policy, and that we need some special conditions in regard with coal phase out. But at the same time, when it comes to the prestige, we see us as a developed country. So this double position scary us, because we really don't know what actually happened in Glasgow. We know that the coal workers heard from the government, no, it's not true. You will operate until 2044 and 2049 when it comes to hard coal. And this populism is really in danger when we take into consideration that the bankruptcy can take place. So yeah, of course, from my perspective, it is better to say truth and to prepare our country before coal exit. But the politicians are using populism terms, yeah, in order to get political support. But it is really dangerous for coal regions, and especially for Turów region, which is dealing with many social problems. And yeah, and then the new investigations related with the accidents in 2016 makes us really scary what is happening there, and what the people in Bogatynia yeah, what they can have in the future. And if this bankruptcy will take place in a couple of years, it will be disaster there. So.
How many workers work for the PGE?
Yeah. Yeah, so Polish Energy Group is not only operated in Turów, but yeah, in PGE Turów, both in power plant and open pit mine is working now around 5,000 or 6,000 people. And we know that the majority of them is going to, they will retire in a couple of years. But the problem is that the energy concern is generating also so-called non-direct working places. So we really can say about the coal monopoly there, even though only around 6,000 people is working in an energy concern. But the region itself is really dependent on this energy concern, and many working places will be destroyed as well. And these are not 6,000; they are maybe 10,000 or even 20,000. PGE is talking about 80,000 non-direct working places. We don't believe in this 80,000, but even if it is only 50,000, it is still a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if I understand Dr. Schudi well, she had the opinion that the Just Transition Fund offers many opportunities, and these opportunities are not sufficiently used.
So we will not get this money.
Yeah. Mrs. Dommel, from your experience as a project manager with the Polish and German partners, what are in general the different interests on the Polish side and the neighboring country in this border area? Do you have some experiences?
I don't hear you well. Could you please?
Yes, I ask. Yes, sorry. I asked Mrs. Dommel, what are in general, from her point of view, from her experience, in general the different interests on the Polish side and the neighboring countries, particularly in the region of Turów. Maybe she can give us some clarifying facts.
Okay, I'm not so in these very special interests, because our funding policy in the foundation is so clear, because we have these funding topics, and there are always partners, as well as in Poland as well as in Germany, who read our funding topics and the possibilities, and so we get also the corresponding applications. So therefore, yeah, the way to act is a bit different to the discussion we had right now here together with Ms. Schudi and Mr. Lippold, and so far, yeah, it's a bit different, and so most of the Polish questions towards our foundation, they are really on capacity building, and this totally fits into our strategy. So for us, the things are quite clear, and yeah, and so far I cannot really answer your question. You have to say where are the difference between the Germans and the Polish, because our approach is a bit different, and it's already somehow determined.
So, Dr. Lippold, what do you think? What is essential in the next few years to phase out coal and stop the climate change, and what we in our region can do. Really essential.
I think we have to continue together the European climate protection path in a very dedicated way to implement all the stronger reductions to the European emission trading scheme. This is very important, really, to reduce the emission allowances, and this will be the most important factor which for phasing out the coal. But of course, at the same time, it is very, very, very important to get another energy system. We have to build up capacities, solar and wind capacities mostly. For such capacities, the former coal regions play a very important role, because there's acceptance for energy industry. There are areas, so they can stay energy regions and save jobs. This is very important to give these regions the chance to become major players in future energy markets in solar and wind, and very, very fast, because the coal exit may take place very fast. And that's why we have no time to waste to speed up with the energy transition between our both countries. And I visited Dolny Śląsk a few weeks ago, and I found out that they deal with wind energy in a very pragmatic way, in an even more pragmatic way, I have to say, than in Saxony right now. It is a very hard fight on our side of the border to become part of the European and of the German energy transition, because there is really a problem with the acceptance here. We have to deal with this in the long term, really, and might be that the region on the Polish side of the border may become even faster in the energy transition than Saxony, and we can learn from them.
Thank you very much. We have come to an end. So a last question to all the participants of the panel. If you had one wish, what would you do? What would you change in the region of Görlitz, Liberec, Zgorzelec? Maybe from a legal point of view, Ms. Dr. Kuziak-Winter, to begin with you, because you are not already involved in the discussion. And then the next one.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, a legal basic is sufficient for local level, I guess. And the point is, we have to do not with local level basis and its point. We have to do with European, with international issues, and so on. And because of this, there are a great political support needed, and also the great involvement of the people of participation. And we can see this problem very near in the region in Bogatynia nowadays, when the Czech people are not invited in the restaurants or in the bars. And I think it's a lack of platform to discuss, to meet people to people, normal, because we are by escalating the conflict, the people are prone to go back to the small crisis, and we have to go outside of.
Aim is to create an international school, so-called Fachschule, or of Polish szkoła branżowa. So for people who are ending Grundschule, to learn the jobs of the future, not only related with the energy transition, but also with the culture heritage protection in a so-called triangle, the truistic. We have really wonderful architecture, a lot of houses that are going, that are very old, and they will be destroyed in a couple of years. And we do not have people in Poland who could renovate the houses. So we really need to learn so-called old occupations related with wooden architecture, but also with energy efficiency in such houses. So
thank
I
you.
think such occupations will be crucial, and we can learn in
We have to come
Poland
to
a lot from Germany, because we know that the old Handwerker, they are living.
I'm very sorry that I have to interrupt you. Though, if you just you wish one sentence, what would be your wish?
International school for reparating cultural heritage.
Dr. Lippold, in one sentence, your wish, if you have one.
Sorry to say that, but I just write a chat message. My wish is that I have to leave now. Sorry, because I have to attend the next meeting, and I'm late already.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, and thank you very much for the questions and for the.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, and thank you all for the audience. And this is also the end of the first session. And now I give back to the organizers, and thank you for all the participants of the panel. Yes, and I wish you a successful continuing conference this day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the participants, all speakers. Thank you, Mr. Gudat, for your effort. Thank you once again, and I think that we are actually on time, so we can move to our second panel, to the second session. And it's a great pleasure for me to welcome our chairwoman, Professor Anna Śledzińska-Simon, from Chair of Constitutional Law, Faculty of Law Administration and Economics, University of Wrocław. Anya, I hope you are here. Feel free, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for your introduction. I think this conference is as timely and as inspiring. We all appreciate your effort in putting all of us together and facilitating this lovely discussion. The session I'm chairing is devoted to human rights, with a question whether this is friendly cooperation or rather a clash that results from infringements caused by environmental damages of various sorts. So without much ado, I will move to introducing to all of you Professor Dr. Eike Albrecht, who is the chair of public law with the focus on environmental and planning law at the Faculty of Economics, Law and Society at the Brandenburg University of Technology. And he's also the dean of this faculty. Professor, welcome, and please take the floor with your presentation on the environmentally displaced persons. So I think this topic is again very timely and pressing as a problem to solve for the whole humanity or our current governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I will directly share my screen, if this is possible. Oh, well, let me check. And then we can discuss the topic on a presentation. Okay, good. So yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and for the introduction. I'm here responsible for all kinds of environmental law issues. Well, we are a technical university and we have a limited number of law professors here at the Brandenburg University of Technology. But as you may know, we have a long year, I think more than 20-year cooperation relationship with the University of Wrocław, with the faculty for law, business, and let's say, what is that? Administration, I think. And we have worked together in several projects, and I know at least the one other person here in this group. Okay, so the topic of today will be about environmental migration and their legal response to them. And to say that directly in the beginning, I would center it more or less to climate change induced migration, even though there is a difference, of course. Let's say if we talk about migration because of an earthquake, then this or volcano eruption, this has nothing to do with climate change, let's say, as far as research knows at the moment. But let's say the larger number of environmental induced migration has at least to a certain extent to do with climate change issues. And let's say this is also a topic which is very actual because of the, let's say, the Glasgow conference, which was mentioned here in this forum already. Okay, so I will I start to go to the next slide. Okay, so yes, good. International recognition of environmental refugees. This is let's say, the attempt to find finally a definition and to give an outlook what can be done, what should be done for let's say, addressing this issue in the legal response. Okay, the starting point is some years back in June 2014. The New Zealand Immigration and Protection Tribunal, well, this is really far away, but anyway, in international law, even though might be relevant, this tribunal ruled in a refugee appeal that residence visa had to be granted to a family from Tuvalu. This is one of the small island states, finding that forcing them to return to Tuvalu would be unjust and unduly harsh due to, among other reasons, impacts of natural disasters associated with climate change. So this tribunal said, well, it is not acceptable to send back, to push back people to countries where they would have not acceptable living conditions because of climate change. And this was or the question is this a recognition of climate or let's call it broader environmental refugees as a reason which might be accepted or used generally in all kind of refugee cases? Well, this was the assumption of some newspapers. They have asked if the era of climate change refugees might have begun. Here's the article from August 2014. And obviously, there's a broad fear of refugees and also of future climate change refugees in the public. Obviously, let's say everybody expects millions or billions to migrate from devastated parts in other continents to let's say Europe or Western industrialized countries or whatever. And there are also estimations which are supporting this. For example, in this article of McAdam from 2009, there's an estimation of between 100 and 250 million people will be displaced for environmental reasons, most of them because of environmental and climate change induced reasons. And Nicholas Stern, in his quite famous Stern report from 2007, named these numbers as conservative. Well, in Bangladesh alone, a single country, there's the expectation that there will be 26 million people to be environmental refugees by 2050. And there's also discussion in the research, and there are some indicators that the Syrian refugee crisis, which caused finally also several million people to leave their country, might be caused by environmental issues because of the some years of a drought between 2006 and 2010. Let's say this is a hypothesis which is not. There's also critique about that. Of course, well, maybe there are the main reasons are political reasons, but anyway, also I have a guest visiting professor from University of Damascus at my department since 2014, and he also supports this thesis because of water shortage in that region where the crisis started south of Damascus in Dara. Okay, good. So let's say these numbers are a pretty let's say can make people really afraid of something which will come and needs to be addressed to a certain extent, also by law. Okay. At the moment, there are approximately 60, maybe 70 million people which are forcibly displaced persons. And this means then finally that these numbers are quadrupled, minimum around 4 times more, just because of environmental reasons and not other reasons. So it is clear that this issue must be addressed somehow by international policy. Otherwise, we will run into a situation where things just happen and people start to migrate, and there is no kind of address by policy and law to address this situation. And what we see then, for example, the European Union runs into a situation where, let's say, some neighbor countries might simply invite people to come to Belarus and then forcing them to enter the EU by illegal means. And let's say this is maybe not an issue of climate change only, but I've just came back last week from Iraq for a project, and let's say the number of internally displaced people in Iraq is more than 2 million in the country itself. So and not all is because of political reasons, also because of the changing climatic conditions, droughts, and especially summer heat temperatures up to 50 and 55 degrees in the country, which means that the people have to leave their land where they have lived for generations. Okay. Good, but what is a climate change refugee? Is this a special group in the group of environmental refugees or environmental induced migrants or environmental displaced persons? These are all definitions which are used in the overall discussion. And I would like to start with the definition of environmental refugees, which was created by, or first mentioned by Essam El Inabi, former head of UNDP, and he said that environmental refugees are those people who have been forced to leave their traditional habitat temporarily or permanently because of marked environmental disruption, natural or triggered by people that jeopardizes their existence and or seriously affected the quality of their life. The International Organization for Migration proposes the following in several documents. We have environmental emergency migrants as a, let's say, differentiation in respect to the quality of migration. They flee temporarily because of an environmental disaster, a sudden environmental event, for example, because of a hurricane, a flooding, earthquake, or something else. And not all of them are related to climate change, but some are, to a certain extent at least. Then we have environmental forced migrants, who are, these are those who have to leave because of the deterioration of the environmental conditions, for example, because of decreasing rainfall, steady warming or heating, deforestation, coastal deterioration, scarcity or salinization of groundwater, which is not always linked with climate change in the first, as one of the first reasons, but at least partially or becoming more and more likely. And then we have the environmental motivated migrants, which are those who leave their country because of economic reasons, which are linked to the environmental conditions, people who choose to leave to avoid possible future problems, for example, because the agriculture production goes down due to reduced rainfall, for example, or heating or whatever. Good. Then in this definitions, we have the problem that there is no differentiation between those crossing a border and those staying inside the country. So between real refugees and internally displaced people, and being forced is also a little bit difficult because usually there's not a single cause to migrate. Maybe those who migrate because of a disaster, this might be true, but let's say especially these economically induced migration, there's also usually a bundle of reasons which finally makes the people to migrate. There are some open questions. We have the definition of climate change refugees, which are defined which defines a more specific group of refugees, but the differentiation between the two groups is really difficult. Because it's, let's say, even if there is progress, the attribution to a single event is really difficult, and let's say there's always a question of likelihood, but 100% security is in most of the cases not a given. Okay, so then additionally, the differentiation between environmentally induced migration and poverty-based migration is in most of the cases very difficult, because let's say environmental degradation is in large parts of this continent a reason for poverty, which may lead then finally to migration. So all definitions of the different kinds include voluntary or forced migration, crossing a border or internal migration, permanent or temporary displacement, different levels of assistance from the government authorities. Then migration might be a response to a sudden or gradual threat, and in respect to climate change refugees, the level of likelihood that this is related to climate change is high or is low. So this might be a reason. And we have to, in our discussion, we usually think about, let's say, developed countries, but let's say we have also in Europe large parts which are already lying under the sea level and will become will get into trouble with increasing sea levels more and more. And let's say we may talk also about climate induced migration even within developed countries. And also here, the question is, should we really want this? Just to give an example, but within the EU, let's say there is already a mechanism in force which allows this to a certain extent. Good. We have, this was a person working at my department, Ante Plewa. We have tried to get a definition for that. I will just leave that here just to read it. But the question is, why do we need a definition? And we need a definition because with a clear definition, we may find a legal answer to that. And what could a legal answer be about? Well, internal displaced persons, well, they are usually a matter of the single state because they are internal. And quite, let's say, quite often these states ask for help, but they the real need for an international agreement is maybe lesser than if we talk about international migration across borders. We have, in respect to transboundary environmental migration, some international conventions, for example, the African Convention on Governing the Specific Aspects of Refugee Problems in Africa, which was extended in 1969 with the inclusion of environmental refugees because of droughts and famine. We have in some countries the right to ask for asylum in respect to environmental reasons, disaster, for example, in Sweden and Finland, which is theoretically possible and not very often granted, but okay. Then we have the Geneva Convention and the Human Rights Act. Well, this is something which does not fit for several reasons. Let's say it's very difficult to argue that environmental or climate change migration is because of one of the 5 reasons, or 5 grounds: race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion. This is usually not really to attribute. The only issue which might fit here is particular social group, but even here we have in European law and transposed international law, we have a closer definition to what may fall under social group, and then we will find out that environmental induced or climate change induced migration usually would not fit to that. Good. And so there are also some more problematic points to use the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention is created for the temporary protection, but climate change requires permanent solutions because if it is there, the things will not change very quickly. Another situation, but this is more, let's say, a theoretical issue. We have the strange situation that the refugees flee not away from the reasons of migration. They come to those states which are mainly responsible for climate change. Now, for example, from Africa to Europe, or from the Southern Pacific island states to New Zealand and Australia. And it's also
politically. You have 3 minutes. Please
yes.
Come to the end.
Thank you. And politically, this is also a little bit difficult because we have at the moment the area of application is rather small in relation to the overall numbers of migrants. But if environmental migration would fall under the area of application of the Geneva Convention, then the real vulnerable people, because of political and crisis and wars, would lose part of their protection. And let's say it's very difficult to argue, well, the one is worse than the other. Let's say if people die, finally, it does not really make a difference why. But environmental induced migration is something which is also addressed in international convention. It is addressed, and I will come to that in the next slide, by the Climate Change Convention and the sub-agreements in the term of adaptation. Okay, so we have also similar regulations in the European law and the European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, which doesn't really fit. And so we cannot really use these laws. The same is true for European law, which is more a transposition of this. So let's say environmental migrants are not the subject of these legal regulations. So the findings are, we have existing refugee and migration law, which does not really consider environmental migration. And there are some suggestions for the more specific part of climate change refugees, which is, from my understanding, well, we should prioritize adaptation. Adaptation is an obligation of all member states to the UNFCCC, and this means reasons for climate change migration must be combated in the country itself. And of course, international help is a relevant factor, but it is something which goes along with the responsibility of the single state. We might consider special situations. The special situation of low-lying island states, which may simply vanish, and then there is no possibility to adapt. We need to discuss the special situation of least developed countries who might not be able to afford. But there are also mechanisms in the international legal regime. The common but differentiated responsibility means that, for example, the richer countries may assist financially the poorer countries. Good.
Thank you very much. Can we please stop at this place, because with Michael Windfuhr, we have really very big requests for a timely speech starting at 12 o'clock. So for that reason, please, your final sentence, and we may return to your main suggestions or recommendations in the discussion time.
Okay, no problem. Well, I think this is the last slide. There, my suggestion is to create a protocol under the UNFCCC regime for regulating the specific issue, as long as the problem is not so big that it cannot be solved anymore. So that's all more or less. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very, very much for your insightful presentation with so many, presentations of the loopholes and gaps and definitions, and also the suggestions for the near future. Let's hope we will return to this in the discussion session, because I think it really begs many questions what actually can be done about various problems with environmentally displaced or environmental refugees. Now I introduce to you Dr. Marcin Stoczkiewicz, who will be our next speaker, presenting the topic of, the lack of the personal right to a healthy environment, with a proposition to green human rights. Dr. Marcin Stoczkiewicz is a head of European fossil fuel infrastructure at the Client Earth Foundation. He has a PhD in public business law from the Jagiellonian University, where he was also a lecturer. Dr. Stoczkiewicz, the floor is yours. You said that you will be presenting right now, so we will start immediately to switch to Michael Windfuhr at 12 o'clock if possible. So if you could manage within this 15 minutes, that would be really great. Sorry for pressing on time.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
And can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Which is okay. Thank you. So thank you very much for an invitation to take part in this very important forum. I will try to shift my presentation to 15 minutes. So the starting point of this topic is that we need to take into account that there is no the right, personal right to the environment as a recognized in an international human rights treaty. But environmental human rights have found wide acceptance on the global and regional level in many state law and soft law instruments. Some examples: the right to the environment is explicitly recognized in many regional environmental agreements, in particular African Charter on Human and People Rights, and the additional protocol to the American Convention on Human Rights. The Aarhus Convention recognizes the right to the environment of present and future generations. However, the convention does not guarantee this right. Instead, the Aarhus Convention guarantees the procedural rights of the public to contribute to the realization of this right to the environment. So the procedural rights as access to information, public participation, and access to justice. The Escazú Convention goes one step further. The agreement not only recognizes but also guarantees everyone's right to live in a healthy environment. And also, it is very important to notice that the latest developments, the resolution of the UN Human Rights Council, adopted on 18th of October 2021, has recognized the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So this is also very important step forward. However, we have to take into account that the main and the most important starting point for the consideration is the lack of personal right to healthy environment recognized in a let's say worldwide international legal treaty. It is also very important to notice that the subjective right to the healthy environment is not also expressed in the European Convention of Human Rights. So, of course, environmental crisis, climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, which we started to see, changes perspective of academia and perspective of courts. And I would like to notice that according to the latest findings of modern climatology, a temperature increase of more than 1.5 degrees of Celsius is the limit beyond which the catastrophic effect of global warming on the biosphere and the humanity will probably be unavoidable. So I wanted to quote here what John Knox mentioned. I think I will not repeat this. It is important to only to say that only that prospect, according to Knox, only the prospect that climate change means that millions of currently living people will be unable to exercise their basic rights, including right to life and freedom, fundamentally changes perception of climate change challenge. So the impact of environmental crisis on human rights has led both academia and jurisprudence to search for appropriate relationships between environmental law and human rights protection law. And the literature recognizes three trends in crossing the barriers between legal protection of human rights and environmental law. First is using existing human rights to protect the environment. Second, it is reinterpretation of existing human rights to protect the environment. We could call this greening of human rights. And third is recognition of new environmental rights, like right to the environment, right to clean air, or right to stable climate. And in my view, the trend towards greening of existing rights definitely is prevailing in Europe. I will give you some examples to illustrate this point. The most relevant judicial decisions from a climate protection perspective in recent years have been made using existing recognized rights and reinterpretation of them to protect against the danger of climate crisis. So I will refer to the judgments of Dutch courts in Urgenda against the Netherlands, to the German constitutional ruling regarding the case of Neubauer and others against German Climate Protection Act. And in addition, I will also refer to the Polish Supreme Court in the context of air pollution. Let's start with Urgenda. Urgenda against the Netherlands is the most high-profile climate change mitigation case in recent years. In this lawsuit, the Foundation Urgenda demanded the Netherlands to be obliged to achieve a greater reduction of greenhouse gases by the end of 2020 than the government had planned. And importantly, the district court in Hague, in a judgment of 24th of June 2015, upheld Urgenda's lawsuit and obliged the state to achieve a reduction of at least 25% of greenhouse gases by the end of 2020. Then the appeal court upheld this judgment, and finally the Supreme Court on 20th of December 2019 dismissed the government appeal. It means that Supreme Court of the Netherlands confirmed that the Netherlands has a legal court-imposed obligation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 25% by the end of 2020. So this case got a lot of very important aspects, but I will only refer to the only one. The action was brought under the provision of Netherlands Civil Code, but Urgenda also invoked the European Convention on Human Rights, namely the Article 2, right to life, and Article 8, protection of private life. And in the final conclusion, the Court of Appeal referred to the ECHR, to the European Convention of Human Rights, saying that all of this leads to the conclusion that the state is acting unlawfully because it is in breach of the duty to protect under Article 2 and Article 8 of the ECHR, in failing to seek a more ambitious reduction of greenhouse gases by the end of 2020, and that state has an obligation to reduce them by at least 25% by the end of 2020. And the Supreme Court also upheld this ruling. It is also very important. The Supreme Court said, does the global nature of the climate change mean that this circumstance excludes the application of the obligations under Article 2 and 8 of the ECHR? And the court said no. According to the court, Articles 2 and 8 of ECHR impose their own obligations on the Netherlands, even though this is a global problem. The court has found the reinterpretation of the basic rights in the context of international climate protection law, in the context of the Framework Convention of Climate Change, in the context of the Paris Agreement, in the context of no harm principle as a universally recognized principle of international law. So I would say the Urgenda against the Netherlands judgment provides a clear example of the interpretation of the traditional human rights in the context of environmental threats and in the context of principle of environmental rights, environmental law. The second important case in this context is the case is the ruling of the German Constitutional Court of the 24th of March 2021, who ruled on constitutional challenges brought against provisions of the Federal Climate Protection Act of 2019. I understand I've got only a few minutes.
Yes, Dr. Stoczkiewicz, 2 minutes to conclude on the 2 cases you wanted to mention, and then we briefly switch to the speaker who has just joined our conference and our forum.
Okay, I was prepared for 20 minutes, so
sorry.
We'll
very return briefly to the conclusions of your presentation in the discussion session.
Okay, so very briefly. Also, this case showed that German Constitutional Court used traditionally recognized, fully recognized rights, human rights, right to life, right to property, right to physical integrity, to rule in the context of climate change, and also to impose very strict obligation on the German state. The court said that the currently in force German Climate Protection Act is not in compliance with the basic law. And going to the last case, this is the case in Poland, when related to the question, preliminary question submitted to the Supreme Court by one of the regional courts in Poland, in the context of right to healthy environment, right to clean air, and the Supreme Court just said in the resolution, the right to life in a clean environment is not as personal good in the context of Polish civil code. However, it is protected as personal goods are health, freedom, privacy, to the violation of threat of which may lead to the violation of air quality standards set by law. So this is also very important to notice that court see an importance of the threats for the environment, which could threat or violate traditional rights. So now going to the conclusions, I wanted to say that let's say of the 3 possible approaches to the relationships between environmental protection and human rights, definitely the trend in European legal culture is to use pro-environmental interpretation of existing human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So in this case, concluding with the suggestion to green human rights, we move to Michael Windfuhr, who is the Deputy Director of the German Institute for Human Rights. Thank you very much for joining us in this very important and timely EcoForum. And Michael, the floor is yours, and you have 20 minutes to use. I will then return to some conclusions left over from the 2 presentations in the discussion panel. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thanks, and very good morning. I'm so sorry that I couldn't listen the time before, but we discussed this in advance. I personally have had another event in advance and I couldn't join earlier. So sorry for this, but I'm also there for the discussion following. Concerning the issue human rights and climate protection, I probably will follow the recommendations 1 and 2 of my pre-speaker who said let's use existing human rights standards and maybe sharpen the interpretation of these when we come to the connection of human rights and climate protection. Maybe it's not so much needed to reinvent so many new rights, yeah, because we have already a lot of possibilities. Let me start by saying I'm a member of the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which was also Gide Kedjia, the colleague from Poznan up to last year. So I know him very well, and we both have been working in that committee. In this committee, we already look into the review of states, and more we ask standard questions about the impacts of climate change on the enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights. And we can already use the existing set of human rights which we have in our covenant, yeah, the right to health, the right to an adequate standard of living, even the right to maybe working conditions, which you can use properly to look into what states are doing. And states are not so much used to these type of questions, and they start looking into this a bit skeptical when we started to ask, for example, some Nordic countries about the impact of melting permafrost, for example, on the enjoyment of people living in that area, or maybe what states will do to adapt to these circumstances, because these villages might not be reachable through several months of the year. So there needs to be other format of advanced preparation, of maybe making sure that there is an adequate supply of food and energy resources and others to villages. Or there might be housing falling apart because the soil is defreezing, and then the houses become unstable. All these type of questions, they are an increasingly important issue for these countries. They were not all so much in favor, saying these climate change issues are issues which should be discussed in the UN Framework Convention and not so much in human rights treaties. But the link is obvious to the right to housing, to the right to food, as I have already explained. But there are also countries who come with a lot of questions to us, like Pakistan after the big Indus flood. They were saying this Indus flood 3 years ago was basically meeting 20 million people in that country. And they have to consider how and where to resettle these people, because it is quite likely that several or similar floods might come in the future, but where to find the place to resettle the people. Maybe fields can be longer used, but for housing, they need to find solutions, and they were really asking how to do it, how to set it up. And that is at the fringe of the capacities of the state for planning processes and having exact land catasters just to resettle the people. Or we had a discussion with the government of Niger in the Sahel region in Africa, which were saying, can you give us a hint where we should build schools? Because if we build them in rural areas, this will help us not to have so fast reaching big cities, because they have a very much concentration of people living in that country in the capital. And on the other hand, if we build up schools now in regional areas, and there will be climate change making these areas unlivable because temperatures go up enough, it might become too dry, then we might have invested in the wrong moment to implement the right to education. So the climate change is really becoming, from the impact on the enjoyment of certain human rights, but also from the planning processes of states, really a challenge. And it's so important to link this together. And maybe the question you are posing for this panel, is it a difficult relationship or a friendly cooperation? I think states have to look into the matter, yeah, because it will implement their ability to realize economic, social and cultural rights, but also civil and political rights. So the understanding of what is happening needs to be there, but also state policies in response maybe to the mitigation of climate change, but also the adaptation of climate change needs to be sensitive for human rights issues, needs to become rights-based. And I think that is very much important to this. I'm not only member of the Committee on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, I'm also working with the German Institute for Human Rights, which is the national human rights institution in Germany. And we have also started to look into the matter, what is our own role and the role of our government in implementing and realizing human rights. And there is an increasing amount of impacts linked to climate change, particularly to emergencies like the droughts we had in 18 and 19, affecting incomes of a lot of smallholder farmers, for example, here in Brandenburg around Berlin. We have, but also the emergencies like the floods, which we had in this summer, which were not only leading to 131 person dying, but also a destruction of thousands of houses and in infrastructure and also companies. So there is a lot of these, and we have an increasing impact on health. For example, increasing temperatures is leading to an increase of temperature-related health problems and additional death, which are higher, by the way, than the COVID death toll we have at the moment. So it shows it's an increasing importance which has to be looked into. And climate policies at home and abroad has to be adjusted, for example, for adequate safeguards, for having responsible adaptation measures planned, and also maybe to think about how business and human rights issues can be regulated in a human rights way. So let me, in my second or in my main part, refer to the 3 links which we see, which are so important to keep in mind, and where human rights and climate might have a difficult relationship, but needs to come together. I think the first is related to mitigation, the second is related to adaptation, and the third area of linkage is for climate change policies itself. Concerning mitigation, I think states have a responsibility to do more in avoiding an increase of impacts, and our Constitutional Court decision has just been mentioned by the previous speaker. There was an interpretation that doing nothing now will reduce the freedoms of the future generation in acting and addressing the cause. So that is clear. So we have a need to have an active climate policy in place in order not to reduce freedoms and also living opportunities for future generation. And that is what is at stake at the moment. And we have also to, in that sense, to think about what our country can do at the national level in defining national determined contributions, but it's also important what our own governments and actors do abroad. Yeah, so the impact is important. In our committee, we have asked some countries like Australia on just starting the largest coal mine on earth, or maybe Norway installing a new oil field in the Barents Sea, how they want to make sure that their contribution to global CO2 emissions with these raw material extractions can be meeting their own mitigation targets, which in both countries are aware, but there are problems of interest in this. So the direct impact on also actions abroad or the mitigation activities taken is of extremely importance for the issue of mitigation. So the issue needs to be answered, and there is a human rights link because states have obligations to implement human rights for all their citizens and people living on their territory. And I've mentioned already the link where the impacts are there. On adaptation, we have the problem that all states, and they have also to send in not only national determined contributions to the climate sector, but also adaptation plans. And it's extremely important to think about that states should have a preventive type of adaptation policy. So identifying in advance who are the most groups at risk, in which areas, for example, are people prone to disasters, where do we need more preventive measures in order to make sure that floods are not so disastrously affecting people. So we have to have a good identification of potentially vulnerable groups, and we have to have the development of policies to cope with the potential losses which are happening. At the international level, adaptation is also a question for all European Union countries. We had just the big discussion about loss and damages in the Glasgow negotiations, how much, for example, countries of the European Union or other industrialized countries have to help those countries who are missing adequate resources, may it be in the Pacific or may it be in other areas of the world, to deal with the consequences of climate change. So there is a need also to think adaptation not only at the national level, but also at the international level. But we know already from the exchange with other national human rights institutions, there is hardly any country who has a full-fledged national adaptation plan. And having these plans published will have a big influence. Just to give you one example, when the Netherlands are thinking about what will be the impact of maybe sea level rise, it's maybe less the problem at the coastline, but the larger problems are along the rivers which are passing the country and which might be also built in dams, and the dams needs to be increased like the Rhine and other valleys. And the Netherlands is already considering which are the areas we probably need to flood when there is too much water coming from the Alps or wherever along this river. And if you flood the areas and you take the decision which areas you're flooding, you are effectively impacting living opportunities. People, they have the value of their houses, the value of the potential of agriculture. So adaptation policy needs to look into this. Otherwise, it will only be solved catastrophically. And this is where human rights come into play, because the rights of those being potentially affected needs to be considered, and there needs to be participation of affected persons of maybe areas which needs to be flooded, and it needs to be considered what are the consequences of these type of policy changes. Having said this, I would come to the third area, which is climate policy itself. The climate policy measures adopted by states might itself have a lot of human rights impacts. For example, if you take just the Article 6 negotiations, which were happening in Glasgow as well, the market mechanisms, we are now all forcing our companies, for example, to make sure when they have plans for carbon neutrality. And many companies have started to make their own plans, some in 2040, some in 2050s, to be carbon neutral, even the big petrol companies or car companies. And they're all, for example, are foreseeing to offset carbon dioxide, maybe in creating more forests in other parts of the world. Just one or two of the largest, for example, petrol companies have published plans that they want to have several 100,000 hectares or even some million hectares to offsetting carbon by reforestation. But the question is where will that be? In which countries and what areas? Because the areas they are foreseeing for carbon offsetting are already populated. There are people living and using the land, often undocumented. Yeah, like 93% of all land titles in Africa are not formally documented in cadastre systems. So there is a lot of conflicts between these type of carbon offsetting ideas and maybe the rights of people living in these countries. And if there is a non-functioning rule of law system, these people have hardly any opportunity often to resist. We were speaking to somebody from the Cameroon National Human Rights Institution explaining us that there's agricultural land in his area which has been formally used and is now used for planting trees for a French petrol company, just for carbon offsetting, and there are conflicts already in this aspect. So that means we need to have big safeguards to make sure that market-based policies don't violate human rights of particularly vulnerable groups in other parts of the areas. But the mitigation measures we are ourselves are implementing, like wind parks or maybe gas or oil projects, might directly impact also smallholder farmers, yeah, or people living in that area. So adaptation measures, when a dam is built, needs to be made in a way that they are human rights sensitive. The same is valid for adaptation measures. You can build maybe dams for flood control, as it's currently built in Bangladesh, for example, around a golf course, or you can protect small fishes at the coastline. So the question is, are you protecting more the tourist destination and golf courses, or are you protecting maybe vulnerable groups in that society which are already maybe weak in their recognition of their interest in national policies? So that is indicating climate policies themselves, be it for mitigation, be it for adaptation, needs to be checked from a human rights perspective in order to make sure that they don't lead necessarily to other human rights violation. So having said this, I come to my conclusion. I would like to say what we really need is there might be a difficult relation because climate change has an impact on human rights, and human rights set standards for climate policies, as I've said, but this is identified to, this is important to identify, and a friendly cooperation can come when we decide that human rights should be realized or should be recognized in climate policies in the way I have described this. There are negotiators in my own government, in NGOs who say, oh, keep away with human rights from the climate negotiations. They're already complicated enough. And we don't want to talk with China about human rights in the climate negotiations. But this is not what I was speaking about. I think we have to be rights sensitive for particularly vulnerable groups. Their rights needs to be realized in national climate policies, but also in climate policies which are implemented abroad. I think that is what is needed. We don't need to have an own chapter on human rights in the climate negotiation. All the instruments in this context needs to be made climate sensitive. And this is relevant, I think, for adaptation measures implemented by the Polish government in Poland, as adaptation measures implemented by the German government in Germany, as it should be the same for the government of Bangladesh, or maybe the government of Niger or Pakistan, which I have already mentioned. So in that sense, safeguards are very often needed, and the needs also to be developed for our own governments acting abroad, for example, development banks. But it's also important that, for example, the discussion on social taxonomy, which is an element for the Green Deal at the European level, becomes sensitive to these impacts. Yeah, that investment decisions taken, so-called green investment decisions, are also taking on board their potential impact on human rights. They can't be, should not be overseen. It should be a natural pillar, let's say, of any green taxonomy, that there is a social taxonomy sensitive to human rights. So human rights are part of the solutions. All states have to make sure, with the monitoring, who are the particularly vulnerable groups to climate change, what will be the impacts of climate change on segments of our population, and then also to design policies which might effectively helping these people. And this means basically being human rights sensitive. And I have given some practical experience here from different countries to make sure this is not just a North-South issue. It's an issue relevant in Poland. It's an issue relevant for the European Union in Germany. It's also an issue relevant for Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Niger or Cameroon, the examples I have used. Maybe this is what I want to present, and I'm willing to respond to questions and further discussions. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to make these points here. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentations and showing us the interrelationship or interrelatedness of human rights. Some measures that are necessary should be proactive, some reactive, some preventive. We also learned about our spatial constraints, and I think we can pose further questions as to the mitigation, adaptation, and environmental policies as you proposed this framework of the discussion. I'll now move to our first speaker, because under the time pressure, perhaps there are some issues that were untouched or unaddressed. Professor Albrecht, would you add something to your presentation, or in reaction to what we have said, or what we have heard from other speakers? But others who are willing to pose questions, please either raise your hand or simply ask, add a question mark or Q mark in the chat forum.
Yeah, thank you. No, well, finally, I came through with the presentation, at least by showing the slide. So this is fine. But it's really interesting, and was touched by the second speaker, is let's say the increasing importance of climate change to national court decisions. And let's say the German Constitutional Court decision was named as spectacular because in all recent decisions concerning environmental protection, the court was pretty conservative. For example, there was a decision in the I think 1990 about the acidification of the forests, which was, let's say, to a certain extent, from today's perspective, not understandable in respect to the protection of property. Let's say it was possible that, let's say, joint action of all users of the air, let's say by polluting them, were allowed to ruin the livelihood of a person living from his forest in the Black Forest Mountains. And this was accepted by constitutional law, and not even a damage compensation was, let's say, required by the constitution. And I would think that this decision would have been taken not in these days. So there's a high sensitivity and let's say awareness also of the courts meanwhile, and this and let's say this is a personal view. I have had to a certain extent the impression that even the politics who have been responsible for the law, which was declared unconstitutional, were really to a certain extent okay with the decision, because finally it was, let's say, then they have had an argument to say, well, we have to do more in respect to climate change, and could this keep against, let's say, lobbyist groups, economical, let's say, economic groups financed by the, let's say, by certain, let's say, relevant industrial sectors. I would not call them fossil industries, but let's say finally we are talking about such structures. Good.
Thank you very much. Perhaps Dr. Stoczkiewicz would add something that was missing, or because of my interventions you could not come to a proper points that you wanted to make.
I wanted to react to what Professor Albrecht said. I think that in my opinion, the Karlsruhe Tribunal ruling or decision is probably one of the most significant decisions in Europe in last years in terms of climate protection, not only the human rights, but climate protection. We have to take into account that Germany has climate protection law. This is Polish-German or German-Polish forum. So for relevance, I would like to say that in Poland, we do not have a Climate Protection Law Act. The Germany under this law, got very strict, currently very strict, very ambitious from our perspective goal to reduce GHG emissions by 2030 at least 55%. From the Polish perspective, it is very ambitious goal. We do not have that kind of goal. And even taking into account that Germany has such strong legal argument, the Karlsruhe Tribunal said it is not enough to protect fundamental rights. Not enough to protect the fundamental rights. I think it is really remarkable. This ruling is very long. There's a lot of, let's say, very important passages, very important sections for scholars, I think, from European legal culture, especially continental legal culture, for Polish scholars also, because Polish constitutional law, especially if we think about environmental protection, is to some extent, I think it could be perhaps not based, but it could be comparable to the German basic law principles. If we think about the right to life, if we think about an obligation to protect the environment, the protection of the environment as a public obligation, not as a right, but as an obligation of the public authorities, etc., etc. So this is, I think, a remarkable ruling. I also wanted to highlight one additional element which I wasn't able to mention during my first talk. So the Constitutional Court didn't address the argument by the claimants that this currently Climate Protection Law Act is not in compliance with so-called fundamental right to an ecological minimum of existence. So the claimants tried to introduce a new, not directly, let's say, recognized right to fundamental right to ecological minimum of existence. And the court didn't address it, just ignored this this part of the claim. It is, I think, remarkable as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this complimentary comment on the Karlsruhe decision. We all realize that the Karlsruhe judges have great responsibility to be looked at as the, you could say, the supreme of the supreme courts in Europe, and always inspiring other constitutional court judges. And we see many migrations, and I think this just shows how, in what direction the constitutional law or human rights interpretation will evolve, whether we call it establishment of new rights, or we simply say this is the new interpretations that are conditional on the climate catastrophe that is nearing. This is all very important to note and to be aware of. Michel Windvoor, would you add anything to your presentation or to the comments from the previous speakers, or just your final conclusion on the topic of the human rights and climate relationship?
Well, I would agree with the two previous speakers that this court decision in Karlsruhe is extremely important. Yeah, and if you see the speed in which the German climate law was changed after that decision, it's an unknown speed of policy making, let's say, at that level. Yeah, and also the amount of changes they have done, or maybe strengthening of targets for the, even if they don't know how to implement these targets, maybe politically with policy measures, at least there has been a consensus change, I would say, in the society. And I see that there is also a trend of, let's say, climate activists, climate movements to use litigation as one tool to, let's say, speed up the processes. We had the court decisions in the Netherlands. We have a pending case against RWE, the German energy company, on a case in Peru, yeah, where somebody who might be threatened by a glacier lake which might flood his village has sued RWE for maybe paying at least their part of their causation of climate change for this. Yeah, they have calculated it's 0.954% of the global emissions coming from RWE. It's in the center of the old industrial area of Germany. So one might discuss, and the courts will discuss it, if you can calculate causation in this way. But at least it's visible that people who are affected are also looking into ways how they can maybe speed up responses to the situation. Yeah, maybe better climate policies, as in the court cases of the Netherlands, or maybe terms of compensation, or maybe getting to hold of those who might have caused climate changes. And I think this legal avenue is an interesting one because it complements maybe the slowness of political processes. Yeah? Because in political processes, we have different, let's say, interests, and the transition we are looking for, which is needed to avoid real damage from climate change, is quite substantive. Yeah, and we can talk about the coal lobby in Germany. We can talk about the coal lobby in Poland. I think the interests are there. And that's not only lobby interests. I don't want to make them all negative. There are a lot of people affected by this. So we have to find answers how this transition can politically be maneuvered. And I think the litigation cases can help to maybe set some principles and make sure these are rights which are violated. Yeah. So my explanation why these are human rights which are violated and how important is it that states address them also maybe in preventive policies is really important. And the court decisions are helping to clarify the terms. I would fully support my two predecessors in this respect.
Well, perhaps in this context, I will ask you the question for perhaps best practices for participatory model of, well, including those affected lobbies or environmental activists in decision making, because we know that activism can be all about the street protests, damaging practices, like damaging in a sense of showing anger to the current state of art and ignorance of the policy makers who are in charge. But on the other hand, there can be very much positive mobilization on the side of the environmental movement or activists. So can you name or can you call some good practices of the participatory model where those affected come to a conclusion, to a balanced solution that is sustainable? I will perhaps give you the round in the opposite direction. So Herr Windfuhr, would you give an example of something that you observed this has worked well, including or involving the communities or those affected?
Well, I think you mentioned the right things, which is participation and transparency in decision making. Yeah? If you can get different interests at the table and you find maybe forums to work on this, then it's much better to maybe overcome lobby hurdles which are too strong. Yeah, because if they are hidden, it's very difficult to influence national politics. But democracy needs, in that sense, transparency. Yeah, maybe our coal compromise, which led to go out of the coal by 2038, which was much criticized by environmentalists, was nevertheless the start point, yeah, for having a dialogue also with those living in areas as workers, as maybe affected communities. Yeah, and when now the decision is becoming, let's say, challenged a bit by saying we need to be faster, that automatically needs then a thinking, what does it mean for those being affected? Yeah, so they have been taken into consideration. I think that is important and it helps. Yeah, a good policy, or maybe not a good policy, but if you take atomic energy, we have no consensus where to put the waste. Yeah, and nobody wants to have it. Yeah, all participatory forms, even our different Länder, are looking for maybe a place where to put this. We don't find it because there is obviously no consensus for this. Yeah, and we can also see with the maybe implementation of windmill or maybe infrastructure for transport of electricity, we need to have consensus on this and participation to a degree which makes decisions transparent. I think without this, we can't discuss this, but the state needs to have these discussions in public, because then you need decisions maybe to build a new grid from North to South Pole or North to South Germany in order to use wind energy. The public transparency is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stotkiewicz, would you add anything to this comment on the participatory or inclusionary policy making?
I think that I would like to, of course, underline the importance of the Aarhus Convention. So in our legal culture, so there are participatory rights, access to information, public participation as a procedure which must be followed, and access to justice if this procedure is not followed. So, and the participatory rights are many times they are in use by local communities, campaigners, NGOs, etc., etc. My remark is that, unfortunately, the Aarhus Convention is strong in just to block or to oppose negative environmental impact of the projects, particular projects, the highway, the power plant, waste incineration, etc., etc. If we think about positive solutions, then we do not have very strong forum or let's say established rights to go forward. Of course, Aarhus Convention also mentioned that the policy measures, especially new laws, should should be a subject of public participation. However, in this context, the Aarhus Convention is quite weak, is quite vague, not really precise. So I think it is a need for some kind of regulation of participation, especially for positive solutions, not only just for negative solutions or to block something which could got negative impacts.
All right, thank you very much. I think it tells us a lot to what extent participation may change the result of something that has been drafted or proposed already as an effect of some sort of, again, reconciliation or conciliation of conflicting interests, and then whether participation is just about fulfilling these procedural rights and simply, you know, ticking the box, okay, they have participated in the decision-making process, so we can basically close the procedure and do whatever we have drafted already as policymakers, or this participation can have an substantive impact on the result. Professor Albrecht, the last word will be yours, and perhaps one or two questions from the audience, but I have not yet noticed any. So the last word in this panel will be yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, public participation, there are studies about the relevance of public participation in ERA processes, and there are studies saying that the relevance of public participation is rather little in comparison to the hope which is brought into it. And we have a situation in Germany where we have gone through a licensing of a lignite power plant. I will not tell you where there was finally not a single objection in the public participation process by the establishment of a 870 megawatt new lignite power plant block R in B in the federal state of S. And I would think the similar situation would be here around in Brandenburg. On the other side, we have in Hamburg a similar, or let's say also coal-fired power plant, where there were approximately in the whole process, there was a little bit more in the EIA process and the licensing process with 8,500 objections. So it's obviously also a little bit let's say has to do also with civil societies and also with the expectations of the people. And let's say if we tell people, okay, you have the right to participate, and finally it does not really matter what they say, and this is reality, to say it clearly, because objections are just to be considered and not to be followed, and as long as this is not communicated very well, we also cause also anger and desperate feelings and so on, and finally maybe losing the people from these wonderful possibilities of participation. So the idea is in any case to create other forms of participation where, let's say, less formalized, more open, and finally a little bit earlier. And in any case, we have to also consider that the people do not want to have too much change at the same time. And this is really difficult in a time where we need to react fast. And we have to, well, we have lost so much time in respect to climate change. And we have lost in Germany, I would say in the last 8 years, we have lost 8 years in progress of renewable energies. There were years where there were only a dozen new wind turbines we built because of the licensing procedure and the change in the energy, Renewable Energies Act and things like that. So let's say this is something we really have to consider. And what does help? Finally, I do not really know. Let's say we have to, let's say, be aware of the problem, and this is maybe also an issue of education, and we have to find other forms of participation finally.
Thank you very much to all my distinguished speakers. I'm really proud of myself. It's very rare that I'm doing things on time, but this is the case today. Thank you also for your discipline and very much that we could learn from your presentations, but also from the exchange we had at the end. Thank you so much. We remain, I hope, in touch also for the future projects, and this EcoForum, I hope, will be the initiative that will continue with raising awareness, education, but also sharing best practices about this timely, not reaction, but action that needs to be taken. It was my pleasure. Thank you, Olga.
Thank
for the
you.
invitation.
I had a little question, but I don't know if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
But yeah, this is my impression, just to consider from the other point of view. Actually, my question is to Dr. Marcin Stoczkiewicz. You published a paper, even mentioned during our previous session, about the relation between rule of law and protection of environment. And from the other perspective, which is actually in my personal scope of my personal interest, scientific interest as well. My question is, if we should, maybe this is the question, if we should seek for legal protection of environment more in the constitutional values, because for example, in the judgment of from March this year, this mentioned Federal Constitutional Court stipulated that actually the climate neutrality can be a new constitutional value. And the question is it enough, or should we need some new hard, actually, human right to protect our right to clean environment or unpolluted air? Actually, should we just stay on this, let's say, level? These are values, and to seek here, the proper tools, or maybe it's too soft? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I think it is a question for a huge debate. So we don't have this time for this huge debate. So I will only refer to my book. I'm publishing a book about climate protection law in the context of human rights. It will be published by Wolters Kluwer in December this year, and you will find my answer more or less there. And this answer is as follows. I think in the time of climate crisis, which we are facing right now, we need to follow all of the paths I mentioned before. So we need to use existing human rights to protect the climate. We need to make a new interpretation, interpretation of existing human rights, as mentioned in the court rulings explained. And also we need to probably propose new human rights. And I also discuss in this book the very big debate which takes place in US in a case of Juliana against the United States, where the judges, American judges, just now considering the right to stable climate as a new human right, which is not, which is derivated from the fundamental rights. So this is also a new avenue for exploration. Could we derivate a new right to stable climate from existing rights, and to what extent it could be an added value? Big debate. Sorry for this very short answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're looking forward to
December. We are waiting.
Yeah. Thank you. I say bye to you and give back to the studio. So Olga, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you also, Anya, to you for being our chairwoman today. Thank you to our distinguished speakers. So now it's a time for very quick lunch. So we have lunch break till 1 p.m. So we are going to see each other once again in 15 minutes. So thank you for this part of our discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Once again.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah,
yes,
great.
yes, thank you.
I have a new computer, so
yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
So
we can
start.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you very much for having me. I was sorry to miss the first 2 sessions, but I'm happy to be here now. This really interesting workshop. And we will have in this panel on Green Europe, different strategies towards the same goal. We will have 4 speakers. And we have had a slight change from the original program. So we will first hear Dr. Łukasz Dubiński. I will keep the introductions extremely short, so we have all the time we need for the papers. Łukasz Dubiński is assistant professor at the Department of Law and Administrative Procedures at the Faculty of Law and Administration of the University of Szczecin. His areas of expertise are the field of public administration, administration of public law, and administrative law. And I very much look forward to your paper. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I said hello at the beginning. That's a good one, because then, as usual, by just internet conferences or workshops, first question must be whether you can hear me. Seeing is, let's say, less important. I would try to show my presentation. I hope you can see it. Yes, please. Can you?
Yes, it's working.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. No more questions. No more questions from me. Then, as I was once again, hello to everyone. It's really great. It's a really pleasure to take part in this conference. And as I was introduced, I'm working at the University of Szczecin. I'm mostly focused on the administrative law or the administrative procedure. What I will show today while discussing the subject, while discussing the subject, legal perspective on the development of nuclear energy in Poland. First of all, I must admit that the previous presentation were very interesting, were quite general. My presentation will focus only on the legal perspective, because I'm not a specialist in climate. I cannot say in the scientific way whether I approve nuclear energy or not. Of course, I have my point of view, but it's not a scientific one. I would like to tell you more about the law. First of all, while discussing the legal perspectives for the development of nuclear energy in Poland, we have to take a look what are the plans of Polish government, and we have here a resolution from the Council of Ministers. in this kind of documents, I must say to our colleagues who are not from Poland, it's kind of an internal document. It's not a legal document, so it's only a plan of the administration here be represented by the Council of Ministers. So it's not binding. Any other than the councils of ministers. And here we may see, in this document, we may find some general informations like that Polish plans for the implementation of nuclear power will be based on 3 pillars like energy security, climate, environment, and economy. And that the Poland is planning now to construct and commission nuclear power plants with the total installed capacity approximately from 6 to 9 gigawatts of energy. But that's a general plan. But what's interesting, it's the whole document has also this document has a lot of other informations, I believe, interesting maybe for climate specialists and so on and for engineers. But what was interesting for me, as I say, as a lawyer, as a schedule for the implementation. This schedule you see, it's the first part of it for the implementation of the investments, nuclear energy investments. We begin this year by technology selection, so it's more a question for engineers, this first part. But then in the next year, we see obtaining the environmental and location decisions. And in the next, we see that the Council of Ministers, who introduced the document with these schedules, have also planned obtaining other decisions in the following years. So we see that Polish government, Polish Council of Ministers has planned that not only that they will get the necessary decisions will be obtained, but also they planned that they will be obtained in a specific years. Then we see here the next years, and if in every year it's almost in every year it is there is information about getting the necessary permit. We see the last one, it's in year 2043. And as I have already told you at the beginning, this kind of resolution, it's an internal document, so it's not binding, it's only a plan. But as we take a look at this, we need to get I think that's something like, let's quote, I have a dream. Yeah, I have a dream. Why? First information, especially for the colleagues who are not from Poland. In Poland, Polish administrative procedure has actually 4 instances, 2 administrative and 2 court instances. Usually, for the last, waiting for the decision in the last instance, so Supreme Administrative Court, takes about 2 years. So from this point of view, let's say obtaining each decision, it's not in every year, as we see here in this schedule, it's not quite possible, because I believe that from my perspective, there will always be someone who is disappointed with permission to build nuclear power energy facility and will want to appeal. But that's general information. Let's take a look at the legal acts which are the basis for the development of nuclear energy. That are two legal acts. Nuclear law is a general act, and there we have something like an act of the preparation and implementation of the investments in the field of nuclear power facilities. So we have a special legal act that concerns only this development only of nuclear power facilities. And what can we find here? What we need to build a nuclear energy facility. First of all, we need to get a decision that will determine the location of the investment. Yeah. Then we need to go to the minister. So we have a second decision. It's for the to build a nuclear power facility. We need we need to get a so-called basic decision. We need to get to so-called basic decision. It's given by Minister of Energy, and this Minister Energy does not have a time limit to give this decision. So that's the problem. We have two decisions at the beginning. Then, when we want to build something, of course, we have to clear the area where it will be built. So we need to get another decision for it. Decision for a permit for preparatory work. So it's a third decision. It's a third decision, and as all three decisions may go through the 4 instances, as I have told you. But it's not all. Then we need to get 2 decisions for 2 permissions to build a nuclear facility. One is granted by a president of the National Atomic Energy and one by the voivode. And what's interesting here by this decision that is granted by a president of the National Atomic Energy Agency, this authority has 24 months, so 2 years. But let's see, we have 5 decisions. We need to get 5 decisions. But it's not all. Then something what's from the other legal acts necessary. We need also to get a decision on environmental conditions. So it's a 6 decisions. And if our facility changes something in the water environment, then we need to get the water law consent. So we have 7 decisions. We need to get 7 decisions, and as I have told you, 4 instances possible. So it's not quite, so from that point of view, building a nuclear energy facility, it's a good job. It's something great, but for the lawyers, it gives work for the lawyers. Of course, it's not everything is so bad, because there were also introduced some special procedural solutions, like the one from the Article 35, Part 1, that ordered most of the decisions, because I have already told you that some will have no time limit or may be granted in 24 months, but most of them should be granted in 30 days. Should be granted in 30 days. If they are not granted, then the authority should pay 500 zlotys for each day of delay. But of course, it sounds great. Someone has forgotten that administrative authority may suspend these proceedings. May suspend proceedings. Then in this way, the time for taking decisions will be longer. Then, of course, all the decisions, of course, coming from the first, also the ones that are coming from the first instance are to immediate executed. So they, if you get in the first instance decision, then you, you may say that you are prepared to build a facility if it is permission to build. And as I see, we do not have much time, so I say only once that there is shorter time for appeal here, shorter time, and the appeal should be very specific. Appeals concerning that five decisions as I have mentioned, but from this point of view, there may be question about this, whether it conforms with the Polish constitution, because we have a much shorter time to appeal, of course. So, to cut the long story short, we have in Poland some special procedure solutions, like given short time for administrative authorities to take a decision concerning nuclear energy facilities. But on the other hand, we have plenty of decisions here. So from my point of view, it would be much better if it was one, maybe two decisions that would be taken concerning nuclear energy facilities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen Milder, for this presentation. I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Ignacy Kwiatkowski, who will talk to us about environmental dimensions of the future and use of nuclear energy in Poland. Dr. Ignacy is a biologist and associate professor at the State Higher Vocational School in Chem, and also a member of the Polish Geopolitical Society. His area of expertise are ecological security and political ecology. You have the floor.
Professor, we cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself. Now, yeah, it's working. Thank you.
Now can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes, yes.
I would like to tell some my remarks about environmental dimensions of the future use of nuclear energy in Poland. The European Union climate and energy policy, including its long-term vision of achieving UA climate neutrality by 2050, has fundamental impact on shaping Poland's national energy strategy, because Poland is a very loyal member of European Union, and we also try fulfill all European Commission recommendation. The European Council approved 4 climate policy targets. You have these targets enumerated on this slide, but I would like to note that especially problem of reduction of greenhouse gases emission by 50% compared to early 19, it was open a big debate in Poland, because in early 19 we have a very harsh economic transformation During this time, we lost probably half of our economic capacity. So it was a big debate on this matter. In Poland, to fulfill these targets, this task needs very big and significant capital expenditure. Probably the project expenditure electricity generation sector will reach approximately 1,490 billion euro. The great majority of this money will be related to carbon-free technology and nuclear energy. In 2030, the share of coal in electricity generation in Poland will not exceed 56%. These targets are very great, but to fulfill these plans, Poland must in 2033 start the first nuclear power unit with capacity about 1.5 gigawatts of electricity. Subsequent units will be implemented every 2-3 years. In the finish of nuclear program construction, we should have 6 units. When we look on a map of nuclear plants in Europe, we see that Poland, Norway, and Ireland are tabula rasa in this matter. We have one nuclear reactor in National Center of Nuclear Studies in Świerk near Warsaw, but this reactor produces radionuclides for only medical purpose. But this reactor guarantees to support many skills for our engineers and workers for future national nuclear program. During the recent election in Germany, a report of possible nuclear disaster was released. It had big response in Poland. The whole report has not published. We know only parts of this report, but this report was very controversial. It does not provide the details of accident that would allegedly occur at the Polish nuclear plant. In this report, for example, is not given what would happen at this unit. It is a basic information. All professional reports related to serious or major accident, this is a classification of International Atomic Energy Agency, where the large amounts of radionuclides are released and evacuation of people are necessary from contaminated area, and where the contamination has crossed the borders of country emission. It's very important. It's very important. Contamination has crossed the borders, country emission, and evacuation of local people, always described, caused the accident. The report also, I must come back, because when we prepare all simulation or models of future serious accidents, we must know what directly happen, because different radionuclides are released from a broken reactor, and different radionuclides are released from fuel dumps, for example, nuclear fuel dumps. It is a basic matter. The report does not take account safety system currently placed in new Polish nuclear plants. It would be state of art if Poland claimed to build new nuclear plant. It must have the most modern safety systems. It is not possible to obey the International Atomic Energy Agency recommendation. It is not possible in the present condition of international relations. The report also based on complete unrealistic scenario of radionuclide release to the atmosphere, assuming that reactor has no safety enclosure. All constructed reactors over the world have an enclosure. It is not possible to construct new reactor without any enclosure. It is not possible. Another problem from this report. Authors of the report unfounded assume the many great radiation effect of the catastrophe than those of Chernobyl, which is extremely unlikely. Probably our future reactors will be very small. So this problem probably will be exist anytime. The main disadvantage of this report was a problem of worst models of weather in Central Europe. The probability of such air circulation as presented on the drawing from the report is extremely rare. Poland, for 75% of the year, is subjected to air circulation that consists shifting air masses from Atlantic towards the Ural or from Scandinavia toward the Mediterranean areas. It's possible, but it is a very, very rare phenomenon that winds in this part of Europe goes from East Europe to Western Europe, because we are subjected on Atlantic circulation. Prevailing winds in Europe are from west to east. In these two small pictures, you can see a typical situation. Rains from East Germany go to the West Poland and East Poland. Another typical situation, the rains go from northern Germany to northern Poland, and the next to Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Circulation of weather and wines, especially wines, decide on many models of future emergency situation related to nuclear sector. So I prepare a list of the serious accidents in nuclear plants, where the results of human error, related to non-compliance with procedure. We must know that Chernobyl disaster was result a human error related to lost a procedure. In Chernobyl, the first ship of workers start experiment, scientific experiment, which led to overheating reactor. They do not finish experiment and go home. The next shift go to the work with any knowledge about situation, with any knowledge about carrying out, with any knowledge about carried out experiment. It is crazy, but it takes a place. Such situation is not possible in future because many countries introduce new procedure to control and self-control people which are deciding, which are steering such reactors. We must also know all except the Vandellos accident involved damage to or malfunction the reactor core. We must know that there are basic differences in carrying out catastrophe when the reactor is broken, or different kind of nuclear accidents take place. Because when reactor is broken, the iodium, plutonium, strontium, cesium are released. In other case, they're not different, but also another radionuclides are released. So all simulation such accident should take account. In the finish, my rustical presentation, I also tell about another problem related to environment. I'm active ornithologist also, so we should know that sometimes white power are presented as an alternative to nuclear energy. However, from point of view, environmental risk, it is not so obvious. We should know that studies show that approximately one turbine generates one victim per 1 month. I present photos with very, very beautiful and very rare European bird, bee-eater, Meropsa piaster. It's very rare bird which exists in Poland, in Germany also, but very rare. And we see another victim of windmills the hybrid of peregrine falcon and gyrfalcon. Now we have many studies related to bird strikes, which are made by windmills and generally wind farms, but some studies suggest that the mortality is higher than presented by me in coastal areas. So it is very difficult to find something which will be alternative for nuclear energy. If we create nuclear plants which with good technology from Canada, from South Korea, some from USA or France, it probably will be okay. But when we use Russian or North Korea technology, and will be many problems related to which I showed you. Thank you for your attention, and I'm so sorry for my English.
Thank you very much, and please no apologies for your English. That was a really interesting talk. Now we have the presentation by Stephen Milde, who will talk to us about the Energiewende, the feed-in tariff, reunification, and the making of green Germany. Stephen Milde is a research fellow at the Rachel Carson Center for Environment and Society at the Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich, and he is currently writing a history of the emergence of climate politics in the 1980s and 1990s with funding from the German Research Foundation. We look forward to hearing your presentation. You have the floor.
Okay, thanks a lot. Let me try to share my screen. Okay, thanks very much for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for hosting this wonderful conference and for the opportunity to share some of my research today. As Francisco Davies just made clear already, I'm a historian, so in contrast to the last two presentations, which have really looked towards the future, I want to talk a little bit about the past, the recent past though. I'm looking at, with this research project, the making of Green Germany, both as sort of a reputation for Germany that has caused people like the New York Times op-ed writer Thomas Friedman to refer to Germany as a green superpower, or historians like Frank Uekoder to ask whether Germany should be conceived as the greenest nation, but also at what stands behind that reputation. I want to try to get at both of those things. So sort of the overarching question that I will seek to answer or provide some ideas about today is just how a country that became known in the post-war period as an economic giant or political dwarf come to be seen as a green superpower after reunification in the 1990s and 2000s. And I'm going to do that by looking at two things. The Energiewende, the energy transition, and specifically the feed-in tariff policy. And I'll explain a little bit more about what that is in just a minute and what that has meant for the development of renewable energy in Germany. And then thinking about reunification, what's often called in German Die Wende, the transition in contrast to the energy transition, and what the impact of that has been on the creation of a green identity in Germany. And then at the end, I'll say just a couple of thoughts about what that might mean for, what this history might mean for the present. So I start by talking a little bit about the energy transition, and particularly the feed-in tariff, which has come to be Germany's best known policy for the promotion of renewable energy, and I'll explain just what it is in this part of the presentation. And of course, I think the Energiewende, the energy transition itself, has sort of come to be seen as a central aspect of Germany's green identity. Already a few years ago in 2015, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, when he was foreign minister, talked about how the term Energiewende has been adopted in languages from Spanish to Indonesian. It's a popular loan word that finds its equal only in kindergarten, another very frequently used German word in other languages. And over the past 40 or so years, that term energy transition has taken on different meanings, but I think the ones that have stuck and that seem to be most relevant today, especially, is to use it as a way of thinking about Germany's efforts to phase out nuclear energy and its interest in developing renewables. And that latter part is what I want to talk about particularly today, because I think that's been really essential to the popularity of this term. And it has to do with, well, the data that's shown in graphs like this one, which shows the remarkable growth of capacity for renewable energy production in Germany since 2000. And that's when the Renewable Energy Sources Act was implemented, and that's what made a cost-covering feed-in tariff the rule across all of Germany. And the feed-in tariff guarantees a set price for independently produced renewable energy, which means basically that people who produce energy on their own through wind turbines or solar panels or hydropower plants are guaranteed a certain price. And with the development of the Renewable Energy Sources Act over the last 20 years, in general, the goal of that act has been to make that price, that they're guaranteed a price that will generate investment in those technologies by making them a good investment, by making it so that if you put down the money to put photovoltaic panels on your roof, for example, the money you're going to make by selling that energy into the electric grid will guarantee you a good return on your investment. And so this policy, this feed-in tariff, has become emblematic of the Energiewende. Scholars have called it a model that can and should be copied elsewhere, and indeed it has been copied in dozens of other countries. Germany was not the first country to enact a policy of this sort, but it has become so closely associated with this German model of energy transition and closely associated with Germany. And in fact, even in Germany, earlier versions of this policy were in place before 1990, at least as long ago as, before 2000, at least as long ago as 1990. And I want to talk a little bit about this longer history, which I think reveals the reasons that this particular form of support for renewable energy has been enacted in Germany, and gives us some insights into why it has worked as well as it has over the past 20 years in particular. Oops. To go back over here, yeah. And I began by mentioning this sort of idea of a transformation from an economic giant to a green champion, to a green superpower, and perhaps this kind of image really underpins that. This is the lignite coal-fired power plant Frömmersdorf 2 in 1966. The picture was taken, and at that time this was the largest, at least by measured capacity, such plant in the world, with 2,300 megawatts of capacity for energy production. And it would be hard to think about the rollout of renewables in first West Germany and then reunified Germany without first thinking about what made plants like this possible in the first place. The reasons that such big electric plants as this one existed in West Germany had to do with the Energy Economy Law of 1935. So from the Nazi era, that was held on the books into the post-war period, and significant exceptions from post-war antitrust law that gave utilities companies in Germany the power to dominate the electricity market. They had exclusive rights through contracts to provide municipalities or entire regions with electricity. They had non-competition agreements with one another. And basically they created then basically they created then a monopolistic energy market in which Germany was divided into separate supply territories, each of which was served only by one company, and in which the utilities controlled the production and distribution of electricity. This made it very much in their interest to build massive centralized plants like this one. It also meant that there was no way really for independent producers to sell their electricity to customers in Germany. If you wanted to produce electricity, you were dependent on the willingness of the local utility, which had control of the electric grid, to buy that electricity and make it possible to resell it to customers. And in the 60s, in the 50s, even already in 60s, this problem was difficult for relations between the utilities and industrialists who had cogeneration facilities, so factories that could produce electricity through excess heat, and also through hydropower plant operators, because the utilities sometimes refused to buy the electricity that they generated or offered very low prices. But you know, these kinds of problems were not of great interest to most Germans. They didn't cause any major change to the system. I think what instead started to cause the system to change was a series of energy crises in the 70s and 80s, the oil shocks, the Chernobyl disaster, concerns about acid rain. These kinds of things affected Germans' daily lives, and I picked some of these pictures of these events so that you could think of, to try to make that aspect clear. You know, during the 1973 oil shock, when the highways, the Autobahn, were closed down and people could walk on them on Sunday afternoon, that was quite a change from daily life. Anti-nuclear protests in the 1970s that involved hundreds of thousands, tens and hundreds, even in a few cases, hundreds of thousands of Germans, and where there were big fights basically with the police. These sorts of things went deep into people's daily lives, or also the Chernobyl disaster, after which, you know, people were told, much like the situation a year and a half ago at the beginning of COVID crisis, not to use the playgrounds, not to eat certain foods. So all of these things got people thinking quite a bit more about the energy system, led to protests and the founding also of the Green Party, but it also caused some Germans to think about practical solutions to these sorts of problems. It caused experiments in wind and solar power to get going, and engaged citizens were able to show already in the late 70s and in the 80s that these kind of technologies worked, that they produced electricity. But they ran into the problem that there wasn't much they could do with that electricity. The utilities made it difficult, for example, to connect wind turbines to the grid. They charged very high grid connection fees. They paid very low rates for the electricity, or they just refused to buy it and connect it all together. And for these reasons, advocates of renewable energies came to see access to the grid, and thus to consumers who could buy the energy, as a key to furthering the goal of developing more renewable energy capacity. So this relationship between basically these monopolistic utilities companies that controlled the sale of electricity and renewable energy, and, you know, plans, opportunities to develop renewable energy became sort of fixed together in the 1980s as people were looking for ways to make practical change in the energy system. And this basically led then to a series of debates about how to deal, with independent producers of electricity, something that the system of utilities was not really well prepared for. And in this table, which is based on a paper written by a renewable energy advocate in the 1980s, you can see some of the different options that were on the table. And in the gray column come the suggestions basically of the utilities and of some politicians. And these all were linked to basically the idea that, okay, renewable energy should be able to be sold into the grid. It should be paid for at a cost linked to the avoided costs. That is to say, if you don't have to run an enormous coal power plant for a few megawatts of electricity that you buy from a wind turbine, you should pay basically whatever the saved costs would be from not running the coal power plant for a little bit of time. And there were tremendous arguments over exactly how best to calculate those costs, but there were two main options on the table. One would be just to say, pay for the wind energy, the costs that you would save on buying coal to power the plant, to fire the plant. And the other option saying, okay, incorporate in some way costs for the entire plant itself. Think about how those are reflected on each unit of electricity produced and pay something to take those costs into account as well, which leads to a slightly higher rate. But of course, neither of these rates come close to doing what I talked about the Renewable Energy Sources Act doing, of making it a good investment. You still wouldn't make enough money off of owning a wind turbine or photovoltaic panels to be enticed financially to put them up. You would get some money for the electricity you produced, but not enough to be worth it. And so the advocates of renewable energy argued for solutions. In the other side of the table in the green column, one would be just to pay the same amount to renewable energy generators that that independent consumers, individual consumers paid for their energy. That would amount to a significantly higher rate. That might have been enough to make wind a profitable investment, but it wouldn't switch to the principle of saying, okay, first and foremost, what we want to do is make renewable energy a good investment. And that's what came to be known as a cost covering rate could do. And that says that the amount that should be paid for this renewable energy should be whatever it costs to generate it. And therefore, including even maybe a small margin for profit, and that will make it a worthwhile investment. So this debate over how to compensate renewable energy, how to integrate it into the existing electricity system, came really to dominate the way that that renewable energies were understood and thought about, and led to basically the importance of the feed-in tariff as a policy in Germany. And what we can also see from this is that it wasn't just sort of the solution to this problem of gaining access to the market at all that came to interest renewable energy advocates, but also the idea that markets could actually generate a better future for renewable energies. And here on this little graphic that I copied from newsletter of the Solar Energieförderverein, so the Solar Energy Support Club, or shows basically the idea that if costs for photovoltaic panels go down, you see that with the arrow on the left, then the use of photovoltaics will go up because more people will be able to afford the investment and it will be more worthwhile to invest in it. And of course, the big idea that these advocates of renewables had about the main thing that could make those costs go down for the panels would be mass production, to make more of them, because then you could set up bigger factories and do this more cheaply. And that could be done by through the feed-in tariff and through this incentive to get everyone to want to buy them. So increasing demand will lead to also a cheaper supply. So I know that the time is running short, and I wanted to turn in the last few minutes just briefly to the other aspect of this Making Green Germany that I wanted to talk about today. And that's the importance of reunification for all of this. And I think on the surface, there seems to be very clear tensions between any interest in environmental matters, in climate change or renewable energies, and reunification, because I think this is really evident just, for example, in the 1990 election, the first in reunified Germany, when the Green Party campaigned on climate as a key issue with the slogan, "Everybody's talking about Germany, we're talking about the weather," and failed even to gain any seats in parliament because everyone was quite interested in the future of Germany, and was talking quite a bit more about that right at that moment than about the future, than about these environmental problems. But I think what quite quickly came to pass is that the ideas about the future of Germany had a lot to do, it turned out, with the environment. And I think we can see some differing perspectives on this. And one is, of course, Chancellor Kohl and the CDU, famous sort of phrase that became a slogan of the CDU, blühende Landschaften, blooming landscapes. That was his vision for what should happen to the new states, former East Germany. And you can see from this 1998 campaign poster that shows sort of what the CDU saw as progress towards those blooming landscapes, that mostly they have to do with restoring historic buildings, building new infrastructure, including, for example, the enormous Schwarze Pumpe lignite coal plant that was put online in the 1990s. So this vision of blooming landscapes, as environmental as it sounds, was not necessarily about preserving the environment. But interestingly, for other Germans, the transformation of the former East Germany came to be seen as a big opportunity to make a new, more ecological society. And that's what's represented in this other document here, a letter written by, in this case, some West German activists about how to the East German authorities, telling them to take an ecological chance and not adopt the West German energy laws and instead pass their own before reunification. So these two visions were very important. And I think at the same time, as environmental visions became so, sorry, that's one of my slides skipped, became so important, there was also the first move towards a real realization of renewable energy capacity in both Germanies. And here a report from the East German, a small East German newspaper about one of the first wind parks, this one in Sachsen-Anhalt, built by East Germans who are interested in the technology and West Germans who had gained some experience with it over the 80s. So you can see in both parts of the country a huge buildup of renewables on the basis of the first feed-in tariff rules that made at least wind power a decent investment for many Germans already in the 1990s. And at the same time, again, I see that the time is very short, so I just try to do this very briefly. Germany taking an increasingly active role on the world stage in different climate negotiations. Well, Chancellor Kohl, who you see here speaking at the Rio Earth Summit, had already stated his ambition to have Germany be an ecological leader in Europe. And I think this is where a lot of the, at least, reputation of a green leader comes in, this interest in international negotiations, bringing of the UN Climate Secretariat to Bonn in the former government buildings, or former German environmental minister Klaus Töpfer becoming the executive director of the UN Environmental Program in 1998. And so just to conclude, I think if we think about Green Germany today, then we can see on the one hand the really clear and important roots of this economic approach to renewable energy and what that's meant for the way that Germany has been perceived as a model industrial society, one that can promote renewables as business opportunities at the same time as it continues to run a strong economy. But of course, there are a lot of shortcomings to that model from the eyes of climate activists in particular, who see this progress, but also realize that it's not nearly enough, that Germany continues to have enormous carbon emissions in spite of the growth of renewables. And so we see at the same time as sort of the wide celebrations of German renewables policy, also very strong criticisms of it, for example, from Fridays for Future and other people who think that quite a bit more needs to be done to make a true transformation. So I think we can see the roots of the history of the 80s and early 90s around the time of reunification in the way that climate is addressed today in Germany, and also the ways that there might be room for quite a bit more progress. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Stephen Milder, for this really interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Alicia Epstein, who will talk to us about the post-2022 Common Agriculture Policy. Can performance-based national strategies improve the environmental dividends for Germany and Poland? Alicia Epstein holds a PhD from the University of Leeds in law and is currently working at the Brandenburg University of Technology in Cottbus-Senftenberg. She is particularly interested and is a specialist in agricultural and transnational environmental law, and is interested in questions of food security and the ecological implications of production agriculture. Dr. Epstein, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Because now I can't see you.
Yes.
Yes, and you can see my screen, full screen?
Yes.
Great. Great. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you first and foremost to the organizers for inviting me to speak, and also for all the great presentations that I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to so far. So being the last speaker, I will definitely do my best. I will set my clock now, do my best to stick to my allotted time and not go over. And today I will be discussing, in the context of the topic for today's forum, I will be discussing the post-2022 Common Agricultural Policy and whether performance-based national strategies may improve the environmental dividends for Germany and Poland. And so my second point is to apologize for my very long title. I realized this when I looked at the program for today. So note to self, I will become better at this to shorten my titles in the future. But just to start with a brief overview, I will start by just briefly mentioning some of the main environmental objectives that have been set out under the 2021 CAP reform. We'll secondly briefly consider the new delivery model that's been introduced under the 2021 CAP reform, and then look at some of the opportunities that this new delivery model offers for improving environmental dividends in relation to agriculture. And lastly, I would just like to consider some of the challenges that Germany and Poland faces with regards to devising their own national strategies, and just some initial thoughts on their on the government responses from both Germany and Poland. Hopefully I have time to get through all of that. Right, so the 2021 CAP reform key objectives. So as most of you might be aware of, the EU's Common Agricultural Policy was recently reformed after almost 3 years of sort of interinstitutional negotiation. A political agreement was reached in June of this year. And with that political agreement, we really, at least observers of sort of those of us who follow the CAP, we assume that sort of the reform process is more or less, it's come to an end. And what we're waiting for now is for this political agreement to be translated, transposed into regulations, into legal acts. These were supposed to be ready at the end of the year, but most likely at the beginning of next year. Right, so we don't have the legal acts yet, but we have the political agreement. And this reformed Common Agricultural Policy, so the new policy, will be implemented from 2023. So importantly, I would say for present purposes, the Common Agricultural Policy is really, the reformed policy is really going to shape the environmental outcomes over the next few years. I think most people are aware of sort of most of the environmental problems, if you will, stemming from agriculture. So I won't go into those in detail, but of course, agriculture has a major effect, major impact on the environment in Europe. And so the way in which the new CAP is devised, of course, is going to have environmental implications in the years to come. And it will also be key to meeting EU environmental and climate targets, right? It's estimated that it won't be possible for the EU to meet its environmental and climate targets unless the common agricultural policy contributes significantly to reaching these targets. Right, so the way that the CAP is implemented now, the reformed CAP, this has significant implications in the years to come. And just looking at some of sort of the key objectives, so the main CAP objectives can be summarized in three headline aims. These relate to climate change mitigation and adaptation, sustainable development and efficient management of natural resources such as water and soil, as well as protection of biodiversity, enhancing ecosystem services, and preserving habitats and landscapes. Right, these are very broad objectives, but these are the three headline objectives, like I said, of the CAP reform. To that, importantly, we have to add that the new CAP, the reform CAP, has to contribute towards environmental and climate objectives under the EU's 2030 biodiversity strategy, as well as the Green Deal objectives. Right, in particular, the Common Agricultural Policy has to contribute to the objective of 50% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2050. But that doesn't really tell us much because these objectives aren't really specified, and that's what the aim of the EU's Farm to Fork strategy that was published in 2020 is. And so this Farm to Fork strategy aims to provide sort of a comprehensive approach to operationalizing the objectives of the Green Deal and the 2030 biodiversity strategy. And just to summarize, sort of the Farm to Fork strategy really contains a lot of different objectives, a lot of different moving parts. But to summarize, sort of to focus in here, the Farm to Fork strategy states that there's or acknowledges that there's an urgent need to reduce dependency on pesticides and antimicrobials, sorry, that's antibiotics, reduce excess fertilization, increase organic farming, improve animal welfare, and reverse biodiversity loss. And to that, importantly, the Farm to Fork strategy gives us sort of the first defined targets, right? Not just loose objectives, but clearly defined targets. And the key targets relate to, first of all, a reduction in the overall use of chemical pesticides by 50%. And that's overall use in chemical pesticides, like I said, and also a 50% reduction across the board of hazardous pesticides by 2030. Also, the Farm to Fork strategy aims at reduce nutrient losses by at least 50%, which would require a 20% reduction in the use of fertilizer in the EU. It also aims to reduce the overall EU sales of antimicrobials for farmed animals and in aquaculture by 50%. Another key target is that at least 25% of the EU's agricultural land should be under organic farming by 2030. And it also maintains that in order to reach these targets, enforcement of existing legislation needs to be promoted and stepped up under the CAP. So this new delivery model that I mentioned, so the 2030 EU environmental and climate objectives will be attained based on a new CAP delivery model. And this is also something that is, I mean, the framework for this, it's quite complicated. Again, a lot of moving parts here. I'm trying not to get into too much detail, but for present purposes, a few points I think should be made. So when we're talking about the new delivery model, a key thing to note is that this means moving from a compliance-based to a performance-based delivery model. And this is really important because until now, implementation of the CAP, of CAP measures have been evaluated based on compliance, right? So if member states comply, with the regulations. That's been fine as far as implementation is concerned. Right, so that is changing under the new model. So in order to when you look at implementation of the CAP, we will now be looking at the performance, so the outcomes of implementation and the extent to which the outcomes relate to stated objectives. Right. So again, this is a major move, and this means that we will be evaluating the results of measures under both CAP pillars. Again, not to get into too much detail, but the Common Agricultural Policy is based on a legal framework containing two separate pillars, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, as they're very imaginatively titled. So Pillar 2 is the rural development policy, and the smaller of the two pillars, and this has actually been subject to performance and outcome-based evaluation for some time. But what's new here is that this performance-based approach will also apply to Pillar 1, and that is of major importance because Pillar 1 measures, this includes measures such as direct payments, so income payments to farmers. This is, like I said, the larger of the two pillars. Pillar 1 measures take up about 75% of the entire CAP budget, and that translates into almost 30% of the entire EU budget. Right, so this is really huge, almost 30% of the entire EU budget. Like I said, now measures under Pillar 1 will also be subject to performance-based, outcomes-based evaluation. The second thing to note about the new model is that it's decentralized, the new delivery model, and it gives member states new powers to devise agricultural policy. In particular, implementation of the Common Agricultural Policy will require member states to devise their own CAP national strategic plans. Right? Each member state will have to devise its own national strategic plan to implement the objectives of the Common Agricultural Policy. And again, this is really a major change to the historical top-down model that has really been the norm under the CAP since it was first created. Which is where the EU sets the measures and they simply have to be implemented by the member states. There was really not much choice to be made by member states. They simply had to implement the framework set at EU level. This is all part of, I would say, a wider move to simplify the Common Agricultural Policy, although we can definitely question, I would question whether this makes the framework more simple. This is perhaps a matter of opinion, but this is part of the overall approach. So with regards to national strategic plans, these are meant to set a strategy and specific interventions of each member state in order to achieve CAP objectives relating to the Green Deal. Right, so member states set their own environmental and climate measures, but these have to be aligned with EU objectives. In particular, national strategic plans should set explicit national values for Green Deal targets relating to the use and risk of pesticides, as I mentioned, the sales of antimicrobials, nutrient losses, area under organic farming, as well as high diversity landscape features on agricultural land. So targets relating to these issues have to be included in the national strategic plans. Although, like I said, member states are afforded significant flexibility in choosing from an EU toolbox of measures. Right, so the EU provides, like I said, a toolbox of measures, and it's up to the member states to choose which of these measures are most suitable for them. Once the member states have produced their national strategic plans, it's up to the Commission to evaluate and approve these plans. And so far, we only have draft proposals. The final national strategic plans are meant to be published or submitted to the Commission by 1st of January, although several member states have expressed difficulty in meeting this deadline, and it would appear that both Germany and Poland are part of this group of countries that might find it difficult to meet the deadline, but there's still a little bit more than a month, so we'll see what happens. Right, when it comes to opportunities for improving the environmental dividends, so what are the opportunities under this new delivery model? And I would say that, first of all, flexibility, right? There's significant flexibility awarded to member states in developing their national strategic plan and choosing implementation measures under the new delivery model. As I mentioned, this moves away from the sort of top-down, one-size-fits-all measures that have really been the subject of critique in relation to the common agricultural policy for many years. And this gives member states an opportunity to formulate national plans based on local and regional needs. And these targeted measures, the ability to create targeted measures really can potentially deliver improved environmental and climate outcomes. Like I said, because of this increased flexibility. So this empowers member states to implement ambitious environmental measures through well-designed national strategic plans. There's also sort of requirement on minimum spending on green architecture. Perhaps that's a detail I can skip, but just to note that under the new plans, member states, when they devise their national plans, they have to spend a minimum amount under both pillars on environmental and climate measures. However, it needs to be said that these opportunities will really only be beneficial if member states make use of this flexibility by making sort of ambitious policy choices. And in order to do this, of course, member states should be focusing on implementing measures with the greatest possible environmental dividends. However, there is reason to be cautious. Personally, I am very skeptical, having followed the CAP for a number of years, because whenever flexibility has been offered to member states, this has really not been used to pursue the most ambitious environmental outcomes, but rather to pursue the least costly and low effort measures. Right, so it's really going to depend on how member states use their flexibility. That's going to determine the outcome. Right, so results-based evaluation is a welcome improvement, but the failure to implement an ambitious framework for environmental and climate protection will limit the environmental dividends as expected over the next decade. Right, so just in the few minutes that I have left, I would just briefly look at some of the challenges that have been pointed out for both Germany and Poland, challenges that they need to take into consideration in their strategic plans, and some initial responses from the German and Polish governments. I see that we're running short of time, so I will try to be quick here and just outline sort of the main challenges identified for starting first with Germany. So for Germany, and these are challenges that have been identified by the Commission and by environmental NGOs that I've just summarized here. In Germany, some of the problems or challenges relate to high livestock density and land use intensification, especially with regards to greenhouse gas emissions, Water quality is another issue, ammonia and methane emissions, as well as grassland greenhouse gas emissions. And the restoration of peatland and wetlands is a major challenge in Germany, because a sizable area of Germany was drained in the past in order to convert to farming, and this land has now turned into a major greenhouse gas emitter instead of being a carbon sink. Right, so these are some of the challenges for Germany, as well as biodiversity and reaching targets on organic agriculture. And like I said, just very briefly, in terms of the initial response by the German government, there are several gaps here with regards to the proposed measures and the reduction targets that need to be met. Right, so again, these are really just initial responses, these are draft responses, but when it comes to, for instance, agricultural greenhouse gas emissions, even though both the German National Energy and Climate Plan as well as the CAP strategic plan state that the national targets for emission reduction from agriculture can only be achieved if livestock numbers are effectively reduced, the National Strategic Plan does not include details for managing livestock numbers or limiting density, right? So again, here there's a gap between proposed measures and reduction targets. This also goes for the draft plan in terms of addressing grassland greenhouse gas emission and organic farming. With regards to organic farming, Germany still has not signed up to the farm to fork strategy of 25% share of organic agriculture. I'm sorry, I'm moving along fast. I see that I'm over time. Should I conclude?
Take us through your points very briefly. I think they're important. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. So I guess that's the privilege of going last. No, I'll be quick. So there are also some main challenges that have been identified for Poland. And although Germany and Poland do share some challenges in common, like they're prioritized different for the different countries. So in Poland, challenge also relating to greenhouse gas and air pollutant emissions from agriculture, water availability and water quality are challenges that need to become overcome, as well as soil quality, biodiversity, and increasing the share of organic agriculture. So the response, initial response, at least from the Polish government, I should say that the Polish draft national strategic plan has really been quite heavily criticized. The German one has as well, but the Polish one has probably been a bit more heavily criticized, primarily because it's considered to have a weak evidence base and weak methodology. But nonetheless, when it comes to, for instance, intensive livestock production, the National Strategic Plan fails to adequately address the widespread use of antimicrobial agents, which I said is a major objective of the farm to fork strategy. Also with regards to water availability and management, the National Strategic Plan does not adequately address excess water absorption or pollution from intensive agriculture. Also with regards to organic farming, the Polish government has not shown a coherent plan for action. Instead, it focuses mainly on, instead of getting farmers to transfer or transition towards organic farming, the Polish government has suggested to promote the consumption of organic food instead. And lastly, I would say, just with regards to the Polish plan, there is a over-reliance, I would say, on future technological fixes to produce the desired environmental outcomes. I would say this is a problem sort of across the EU and also at EU level, but especially in the Polish national plan. Like I said, in order to reach the objectives stated, there is a dependence on the technological fixes that simply don't exist. Right, so just to conclude, I would say that the new CAP delivery model definitely offers new opportunities for member states to pursue ambitious environmental and climate targets for the agricultural sectors. Also, it's possible that this increased flexibility will allow for more targeted measures and cross-border cooperation. But greater environmental dividends will only materialize if member states pursue ambitious objectives in their national strategic plans. And I will leave it at that. And I'm very sorry for going over the time. I had promised myself that I wouldn't.
Thank you, Alicia Epstein. This was also a very, very interesting presentation. We now have about 25 minutes for your questions. We would ask you to first put your question into the chat room, and then I will determine the order of questions, and you can either read your question or ask it verbally, or just put it in the chat room. So the floor is open for you now. We have a first question from Cornelia Conchal. Cornelia?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I have a question to the last speaker. You talked about the Polish-German comparison, but when listening to your talk, I was wondering to what extent should we differentiate between East and West Germany, and to what extent should we take into account the legacies of the socialist period, and to what extent can you say that there are indeed differences between the challenges that Germany is facing in the west and in the east of the country? Could you perhaps would you go so far as to say that there are more similarities between East Germany and Polish agriculture than differences between the west and the east of Germany?
Okay, so before I answer the question, first of all, I didn't realize that my camera was switched off during my talk. Apologize for that. Secondly, I am not at all an expert on Polish law or agricultural law, so I just, my disclaimer. But I would say there are differences between, on all levels. I don't know if the differences between East Germany and Poland are, or there are more similarities there than between East and West Germany. I think there are differences on all levels, because there seem to be still differences between East Germany and Poland when it comes to both the environmental challenges from agriculture and the impacts of agriculture. I would say there is definitely a difference between East Germany and West Germany, and that is one of the examples. There is livestock production, and that after reunification, livestock numbers fell quite dramatically in the East, and so a lot of the problems stemming from over density, livestock density, high livestock density, these are problems of the West of Germany. So there are definitely distinctions to be made, but I'm sorry, I can't compare on a detailed enough level between East Germany and Poland.
Thank you, Alicia, for your comments. Further questions?
Maybe so actually I would like to ask the promoter about the German solution, the system feed-in tariff mechanism. So maybe this would be a question about the present situation, not about past. But in general, what is the public support actually for this feed-in tariff mechanism, since it was acknowledged actually that it has resulted in an increase in electricity prices in households, for households, because there will be still many voices in European countries that actually saying that the energy transition is achievable, but only for rich societies. So I would be very interested in it, how if the average German household feels the burden actually of the energy transition costs. So it's maybe more question for just for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there's definitely a lot of debate in Germany today about the feed-in tariff and how much it costs. And a lot of people are frustrated by the cost it adds to electricity bills. And I think you can see that in some of the discussions now about what to do next in climate politics that really focus on, okay, what sorts of solutions can be taken that can also include support for even members of German society who are socially weaker, who don't have as much money to pay for these kinds of things. Because I think for people who do have a lot of money, the amount that you have to pay extra to support renewable energy is not that high on the electricity bills, and it's the other sorts of costs that are really determinant for the fact that electricity prices are going up right now in Germany, just like everywhere else in Europe. But certainly these contribute, and it's very widely debated and publicized that they do add costs to their electricity bills. And I think it's just one of the most interesting aspects of the policy, in a way that it's all based around incentivizing people to build the renewables themselves, rather than sort of ordering the utilities to do it or having the government pay for it, and that the people who do it should get some benefit from doing it, regardless of whether they already were ones that had enough money to invest in this in the first place, while others who didn't, are sort of left behind. That's become secondary. That is secondary to some of the people who have promoted the policy most avidly, to the fact that it can contribute to lowering carbon reduction. So I think it's a real issue of the policy that has to be thought through, and solutions have to be found to it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Eike Albrecht has the next question. Eike Albrecht, we can't hear you. Can you either pose your question verbally or put it into the chat, then I can read it?
Now I think that Professor Albrecht is unmuted. So
okay.
Professor
Yes.
Albrecht, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I was not allowed to unmute. Okay. Well, this is really interesting. The question about the energy prices. If we would consider the billions which are spent for subsidies for nuclear power and lignite and hard coal power, for example, in the unsolved problem of storage or the remediation of all these lignite issues, and if we would consider the billions which have been paid for the support for in the research for nuclear power, this is something which is paid by the taxpayer, and all these ecological costs are also paid by the taxpayers. If we would all consider this, then let's say we would not talk about high energy price for renewable energies. Another issue is that renewable energies, meanwhile, are competitive within even in Scandinavian countries. We have had auctions in the renewable energy sector, which came up with very, very low prices, which can be reached only if you run a coal-fired power plant or a nuclear power plant, which is fully paid. Yeah, so let's say if we talk about price only, we have to be really clear and just, and should also consider all these hidden costs which are in the fossil fuels development, and let's say the remediation costs being spent on. And if we would take these billions to reduce the tax payers contribution on the other hand, then let's say we would not have this discussion. And it is really good to make it realistic at the end. Everybody who a little bit about could calculate would never invest in any nuclear power plant or a new lignite power plant or new black coal fired power plant. And let's say there's no possibility to get an insurance for a nuclear power plant worldwide. Guess why? Okay, let's say this is insurance companies, they can calculate. So this is something which we may consider also in the whole discussion, but let's say this is quite often forgotten.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. That's a really important point. Would one of the speakers or some of the speakers like to respond?
I mean, I guess I would just say I agree, of course, that the vast majority of the electricity costs come from other things, and that's what I said already in my initial answer. But I do think that it's an interesting aspect of the way that the feed-in tariff is designed, that it makes the costs that the individual ratepayers are paying very transparent, which is in a way a good thing also, but it shows very specifically, money that is being paid for renewables, whereas all these other costs, which are much higher, as you rightfully said, are basically hidden. And so I think it's an interesting aspect of the policy, and the fact that it functions like that has made it more controversial in some ways than some of these other things that cost way more, that cost the taxpayers way more, that are then not as debated as controversially. So I think the point that I was really trying to get at is that this aspect of the policy that is being thought through. I think in future, we see that the way that future climate policies are being talked about now in German politics have a lot to do with how will people who can't afford to pay for them. That's not being talked about with how will people who can't afford to pay for nuclear subsidies or insurance for nuclear power plants pay for them. So it's interesting how this solution has kind of put the problem back to individuals and how we work things out for them rather than society as a whole. But I take your points. They're all, of course, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question, if I may, if there are no other volunteers, to Professor Kitowski. This is a question about now the Polish situation, because we know that recently there were in press announced actually that 2 Polish billionaires declared that they would like to build small modular reactors for private money, so by private entities. And my question to you is about the challenges, and actually maybe some dangers hidden behind this idea, and if we can, what scenarios can be foreseen in the closest future, in your opinion? Thank you.
We know this problem was vitally discussed, that Polish tycoons need pay money for a new small nuclear plant. In my opinion, the nuclear sector should be monopolized by government, by country, because in condition such country, post-communistic country as Poland, it will be better that state will be hold all this sector. The very important problem is a safety, the safety system, because in Poland we try to build a central system of safety. The problem is when we have many actors on nuclear market energy, we should we divided this big area for small actors. we need big nuclear plant and one places where the fuel will be the place with processing fuel which is not which finished their technological pathway. It's a very important. We have such places in Różana, in north east Poland, but probably if we buy nuclear plants from different countries, they probably will create small places, small dumps for particular plant. It is not good situation. Safety condition need to have small number radionuclide sources, small number nuclear plants, small number dumps. It's a very important thing. So it will be better that all 6 nuclear plants will be bought from example Canada or USA, and this country prepare or company from this country prepare for us a safety system with one dump. It is a very important because there are many reports future use of dirty bomb. Dirty bomb, it's a big challenge for struggle with terrorism, because there are many small sources of radionuclides over the world. It's better to centralize these processes. So it's finally, I must say, it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you. But another sentence. I would like to tell something about agriculture, because I'm active ornithologist in agriculture, and a very important thing. We have in Poland, especially in East Poland, unique agriculture landscape with high biodiversity, because 17% of Polish agriculture area was in communistic time in private, were managed by private owners. We have a big state farms, but the majority was the small farms with high biodiversity. In East Germany, in east part of Germany, the agriculture was dominated by big farms, big governmental farms, where the diversity was dismissed. So we must consider these particular differences. Thank you for.
Thank you. Are there further questions? If there are no questions at present, I would like to ask something, perhaps very naively. I guess this is a question for Stephen Milder. When we talk about the US, we always hear about the powerful interest groups who try to stop the implementation of of solar energy, of renewable energy, and tried to prolong the use of fossil fuels. What was the role of such interest groups in Germany?
I mean, I think in Germany in the 1980s, when renewable energies were first being widely discussed and when the government was voicing its support for them, I think the main opponents really of, implementing renewables across the board were the utilities companies, which had tremendous power at that time, as I was trying to point out, just with this monopolistic system that basically gave them total control of the electric grid, and they negotiated very hard with these small operators of renewable energies, as well as with the government, to tell them that they didn't want that. They didn't want to pay for renewable energies into the grid, and they basically eventually accepted the feed-in tariff for a couple of reasons. For one thing, the one that was passed in 1990 originally did not agree to pay that very much for renewables. It set a rate of about, I think, 90% of the retail rate for wind. So it wasn't enough really to make wind profitable for most people. And they figured there weren't going to be that many wind turbines built because of that, because of an additional government subsidies that were available, and this feed-in tariff, those made the building get going, which made the prices fall, which made it more profitable. And also because at the time that this was going on was the same just as the negotiations were basically reaching their height and the law was passed, reunification was also being negotiated, and the utilities companies became far more interested in buying out all of the East German utilities and selling electricity to the former East. And they got their way on that primarily, and that basically, made them look away from this renewables thing. But throughout the 80s and 90s, there was strong opposition from the utilities, and they continue to challenge the ways that the law is put in place. And now that it's clear that renewables are here to stay, to figure out ways to make the law more advantageous to them. So yeah, I think they weren't as successful as in the US, maybe in some ways, but they certainly were opposed to it and worked hard to be in that opposition.
Thank you. Further questions from the audience? If there aren't any further questions, I would like to hand the microphone back to the organizers for the closing remarks of the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies. Thank you to all speakers of the third last session. Time was running very fast the whole day, so now we are in the last point scheduled for today, so closing remarks. We touched today a lot of important topics, but as you can observe, the climate protection is a very, very complex challenge covering social, economic, legal factors, connecting actually past and future, what was especially visible, I would say, in a third panel. So we hope that our today's conclusions will have a real impact on our lives and organizations, and that we will have the opportunity to implement the solutions that we discussed today. Thus, on the behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank you very much for your participation in this project. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to our excellent speakers. I would also like to thank all those who took part in this debate, sharing their insights and questions, because thanks to them, the conference could become, as its title states, the true forum for discussion, facilitating an even broader perspective on the issues raised. And I also thank the moderators of the particular sessions for their efforts. And I strongly believe that a follow-up is needed. And we sincerely hope that EcoForum will become a regular part of the broader discourse on climate issues, on climate crisis and climate protection. So moreover, we invite you to participate in upcoming initiatives that we will organize in the future, hoping that they will be of interest to you. So thank you very much for today. I hope that you enjoyed this day. See you soon, hopefully, not virtually, but in person. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Bye-bye.